Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 4. Are there any public comments on closed session items?
Madam President, there are no blue cards.
I will close public comment and recess into closed session. Thank you. Robert McGarvey, Jesse. Good evening, everyone. We can get the board to the dais, please. Do you have any idea where Sean is? All right. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board meeting. Excuse me. Hello. Thank you. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings is available to the public using the link located on the district website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We encourage you to attend the meetings and share your feedback with the board. Your active participation is valued and contributes to the decision-making process. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comment for items on the agenda or items not on the agenda. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on an item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that the district students are watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbances or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. We always start with our land acknowledgement. We'd like to be led by our student board member.
We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn from. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you. Next item is our Pledge of Allegiance. It's for Toby Johnson Middle School today. Ms. Ballerini.
Yes. All right. Mr. Yang's really excited about it today. He jumped up first. Okay. He's trying to be ready. There we go. Well, I just met Miss Smolden over there, and we've got a little bit of thing to say about you, so I'm going to read this, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, we are pleased to recognize Toby Johnson Middle School parent Sarah Smolden, along with her husband Jeremy and their 3 children, Jaden, Lucy, and Caitlin, currently in 10th, 8th, and 5th grade. The Smolden family moved to Elk Grove in 2018 for its strong schools and community, and they were welcomed immediately. At Stone Lake Elementary, Sarah volunteered in classrooms, served as PTO president for 2 years, founded the 7-year running bingo night, coached basketball and track, and helped start field day. Across Stone Lake, Toby Johnson, and Franklin High, the Smolden children have been active in a wide range of programs, and Sarah and Jeremy are there supporting them. Yes, you have one at each one of those schools. Great. That's a lot of fun. 3 years ago, when Toby Johnson Middle School could not find a cross-country coach, Sarah stepped up, emphasizing discipline, sportsmanship, and perseverance. Sarah is someone we can always count on, whether it is bringing supplies for activities or hosting French exchange students. Ooh. She brings energy, generosity, and heart to everything she does, and our community is stronger for it. We honor Sarah Smolden for her commitment and contributions to Toby Johnson Middle School and the Franklin region. And I appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated.
And I will be right down there to take a picture with you.
Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you. Our next item is our student regional report. Tonight we have the Pleasant Grove region.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Riley, cabinet, staff, families, and community members. I am a student from Catherine Albiani Middle School. My name is Lila Karchner, and I am in 8th grade at Albiani. I am also the ASB president. I am honored to be here tonight to represent the Pleasant Grove region. I am also joined tonight by two students from Edna Beatty Elementary School, Maya Carr and Aisha Carbo, who will share part of their student leadership experience with us.
Good evening, I am Maya Carr. I'm a student at Edna Beatty Elementary School.
Good evening, my name is Aisha Carbo and I'm also a student at Edna Beatty Elementary School.
The Pleasant Grove region includes Pleasant Grove High School, Catherine Albiani Middle School, and our regional elementary schools, Arnold Adriani, Edna Beatty, Consumnes River, C.W. Dillard, Robert J. McGarvey, Pleasant Grove, Sierra Enterprise, and Sunrise Elementary Schools.
In the 2026 to 2027 school year, our region would also like to welcome Surprise Elk Grove Elementary School. Their motto is "Jets are rooted to rise."
Across our region, schools work together to support students from elementary school to middle school to high school. Staff articulates across grade levels so students are prepared for their next stage in education and life. Tonight, because it is Teacher Appreciation Week, our presentation is focused on the teachers who help make that possible. We would like to begin by recognizing teachers who have greatly affected us in a possible way. We will share who we are, recognizing and why. At Catherine Albiani Middle School, I would like to recognize Miss LeSueur because this teacher specifically, I know, has prepared me for high school and beyond. Her teaching style and kind attitude make me excited to learn and know more. Overall, she's inspired me to work hard and be positive toward others.
At Edna Beatty Elementary School, I would like to recognize Miss Ruff because she always makes hard schoolwork fun and easy to do.
I would like to recognize Miss Janera because she taught me how to dance and made me improve on what I like doing most.
Thank you to these teachers and to all the teachers across the Pleasant Grove region who have helped students feel seen, supported, and ready for what is to come next.
Aisha and I both had the privilege of serving as vice principal for the day at Edna Beatty Elementary School. We earned this opportunity through Beatty's PBIS system by showing the Bobcat Pact, being safe, responsible, respectful, and resourceful.
As part of that experience, we have created business cards to introduce ourselves as student leaders. At that At this time, we would like to introduce ourselves to the board and hand out our business cards.
Thank you, Maya and Aisha, for sharing that leadership experience with us. Next, we are proud to welcome Pleasant Grove Elementary School. They are here to introduce a student author and share more about the book being featured here tonight.
Hello, my name is Isel San. I'm in 5th grade, and the school I go to is Pleasant Grove Elementary School. I am the author of my self-published book, Sky's Wacky Raindrop Rescue. It all started one rainy day when I was looking outside the window. Then the thought occurred to me, what if raindrops had families? I want to share my imagination with the world, and publishing my book, Sky's Wacky Raindrop Rescue, helped do so. I hope that when people read my book, they get inspired and use that inspiration to inspire others as well. I would like to thank 2 people. The first one is my 2nd grade teacher. Her name is Miss Harris. She encouraged us to write short stories about anything we wanted. It truly expanded my horizon. I would also like to thank my principal, Miss McCartney, for nominating me for the California Department of Education recognition. Now I'd like to read you a couple pages from my book. Sky's Wacky Raindrop Rescue. Adventure begins where imagination splashes, reminding us that even the smallest ripples can make the world shine. Sky the Raindrop was eager for adventure and bouncier than a rubber ball on a trampoline. She lived in a rusty, leaky garden hose with a million other raindrops, all nestled together like wet sardines. The garden hose was home, but Sky was on a mission. Her parents, Mike and Jesse, had disappeared months ago. One minute they were there, the next, poof! Everyone said they'd evaporated or gotten slurped up by a thirsty snail. Nope, Sky said. They're out there, probably stuck in a puddle, trying to get out. One sunny afternoon, Sky zoomed to Grandma's corner of the hose, slipping and sliding like a water balloon on roller skates. What do you think happens next in Sky's adventure? Well, you'll just have to read it to find out. Thank you all for listening.
Luckily, we are providing signed copies to all the board members, Superintendent Riley, Chad Swizer, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education, Jennifer Avey, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Education. Next, we will continue celebrating student voice through performing arts. Please welcome the Pleasant Grove High School Musical Theater Troupe.
I'm Lily Formica, and I'm the president of the Pleasant Grove Theater Company. And before we perform, we'd like to recognize our director, Ms. Shapiro. She just always is supporting us and is helping us to become the better versions of ourselves, not only in acting, but in our personal lives as well. And good evening, all. Pleasant Grove Theater Company is proud to present 2 featured scenes from the beloved musical Annie. After a successful run of 6 performances, we are honored to have been invited to share a piece of our production with you here tonight. You'll enjoy the mischievous and energetic Easy Street, followed by the heartwarming and hopeful A New Deal for Christmas.
Remember the way I
our sainted mother would sit and croon her lullaby. She'd say, kids, there's a place that's like no other. You gotta get there before you die.
You don't get there by playing by the rule book.
No, you stack the aces. You load the dice. Mother dear, oh, we know you're down there listening. Tree, easy street, where you sleep till noon. Yeah. She repeats, easy street, better get there soon. And you personally bumped into my penis. Looked like she had a couple of dollars. She works for Oliver Warbucks. The Oliver Warbucks, the millionaire? Now the billionaire gets on home. Tell. She wants for him up in his mansion on Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue? He don't live on Fifth Avenue. Well, where does he live? Easy street. Easy street. Where the rich folks play. Where they play all day. Move them feet, move them ever loving feet. Easy street. When you get there, stay. And bring you the wonderful news that Annie, one of the orphans here, Annie, is getting adopted by Oliver Warbucks. That stupid kid is gonna have everything. Oh, come in, open living in the luxury. It ain't fair! No, it ain't fair! It ain't fair how we scrounge for $3 or $4. Well, she gets $4. Oh, the little brat. It ain't fair! This here life is driving me nuts. While we get peanuts, she's living fat. Maybe she holds the key, that little lady, to getting more bucks instead of less. Maybe we fix the game with something shady. Let us down with us. I'll tell her. Give you one guess. Yes! Easy street. Easy street. Annie is the key. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. Yeah! Bringing a new deal for Christmas. Run, run,
Thank you to the Pleasant Grove High School Theater Troupe for sharing your talents with us tonight. As we close, we want to return the reason why we are here, Teacher Appreciation Week. The Pleasant Grove region is the region where teachers help students rise, lead, belong, and prepare for the future.
Our schools work hard to connect families to the educational experience. From fun runs and harvest festivals to parent picnics and our open houses. Our campuses create opportunities for families to be a part of our school life.
They also make sure students have opportunities to shine through academics, leadership, athletics, the art, and programs that help students feel connected to school.
Across the Pleasant Grove region, each school has its own pride, identity, and tradition. For many of our schools, every day is a great day. It's a great day to be a roadrunner at Consumnes River, a bobcat at Beatty, a wild hawk at Adriani, a Spartan at Sunrise, a tiger at Pleasant Grove Elementary, and an eagle at Sierra Enterprise.
Across our region, strength is a part of who we are. Dillard is Pioneer Strong, and McGarvey is Griffin Strong, all day long.
Together, our elementary schools help students build the foundation they need before becoming an Albione Falcon and eventually a Pleasant Grove High School Eagles.
And in the 2026-2027 school year, we will welcome Cypress Grove Elementary School, where Jets are rooted to rise. Across our region, we are committed to ensuring that every student learns in every classroom, in every subject, every day, so that students are prepared to become college, career, and life-ready graduates.
So tonight, during Teacher Appreciation Week, we say thank you to the teachers who make those words true.
Thank you to the teachers who help students feel seen, supported, and ready for what comes next.
Thank you, and every day is a great day in the Pleasant Grove region.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. We'd also like to say thank you to our principals. We have Omar Caron from Pleasant Grove High School, Christopher Rauschenfelds from Catherine L. Albione Middle School, Laura Smetek-Buck from Arnold Adriani Elementary School, Will Jones from Edna Beatty Elementary School, Ashley Hannon from Consumnes River Elementary School, Trina Keating from C.W. Dillard Elementary School, Carrie Mitchell from Robert J. McGarvey Elementary School, Tara McCartney from Pleasant Grove Elementary School, Josephine Patria Lal from Sierra Enterprise Elementary School, Diane Standridge from Sunrise Elementary School, and thank you to Marty Hawk from Cypress Grove for being here tonight as well. Thank you, students and parents, for supporting and bringing your students tonight. Everyone's excused from that part. Thanks. Our next item on our agenda is the student board member recognition. Mr. Schweitzer.
I'm waiting, and they've been the quietest region leaving since.
Oh, so polite. Thank you.
So polite.
All right, go ahead and get started. Good evening, Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and Ms. Avalos. We're here this evening to honor and recognize student board member Zi Swan Zhang. We know the next few months are about to get very busy with you with graduations and the end of the year, so we take this opportunity to recognize them tonight. As the student board member, Zi acted as a student advisor on the superintendent and the board of trustees, holding a preferential vote on district matters and bridging the gap between district leadership and the student body by sharing peers' perspectives and ensuring district programs stay relevant and effective. Student board member Zhang has been instrumental this year in working with the Student Voice Committee, student equity councils, collaborating with students on the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. We'd be honored this evening to have the board take the opportunity to recognize student board member Zhang and wish him the best in the coming years. We do have a plaque for you, and hopefully after comment we can get together and take a picture.
All right. I think the board, we could make some comments, and then we'll go down forward and give a plaque.
Do you want to know if there's any blue cards?
Doesn't say this on here. Do we have blue cards?
Oh, I thought it did right here.
No, we're on number 2.
Oh, okay. Good.
Thank you. Mr. Yang?
Yeah, good evening. I just wanted to say that, I remember him coming in to our first school board meeting. He was very shy, and as he started to attend more and more of our school board meetings, I have heard many comments and recommendation that he made that shown to me that he has grown as a person and understanding our school district, especially his peers that he represent. So I'm just very proud of you, the person that you have grown in a year. And I truly believe that you're going to be phenomenal going in the future. So congratulations, and thank you for your service. You've done a really great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Ms. Davis?
I've enjoyed our year together, Z. I've been privileged to have a little extra of your time after every meeting on our rides home. I'm going to miss those conversations. They've been really great ones. You've enlightened me. I didn't even know what a labubu was, much less how to turn it into a pumpkin racer. But I appreciated that opportunity with you and getting to know you better that way. You've done a great job representing Florin High, my region, and all of the schools here. So keep up the good work. You're going to go places.
Thank you. Ms. Baldwin?
Z, just so proud to have you up here with us and speaking so much truth to the decisions that we have to make. I think we've learned so much from you, and it's really been a privilege to serve with you. I just want to share with you that this is just the beginning. You have so much ahead of you, and despite challenges, you have already achieved so much, and you will continue to do so, and we're always going to be here for you. So if you ever need anybody, you always know that you have this group of people that are rooting for you, want to support you. All you have to do is reach out, okay? So good luck to you. It's been a privilege and an honor to serve, and very proud to see you grow into your leadership.
Ms. Moore?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for your service. I know you put in a lot of hours, and that's difficult on top of your school load and other activities you might have. And your voice is valuable as a student representative. So I really appreciate all of your time and your voice for our students. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas.
I will echo some of what my colleagues said. It's been wonderful having you up here. I was privileged to be in the center chair and have you on my side for half of the term, and so that was wonderful getting to know you, getting to chat with you. And I think your perspective, all of our student board members have such a wonderful and unique perspective, but yours has been really refreshing. Every time that you have something to say, it has been so thoughtful and really profound and helped us make our decisions. So I appreciate it, and we will miss you.
Well, I'm a crier, so I'm going to be short. So we're very proud of you. You've done good work. You know how to do good work, and we all have faith in you. And you bring to this board something no one else could bring that we've needed in this past year and that a student board member is to be, and you have fulfilled that role wonderfully. I'm very proud of you. I appreciate the times we've been able to spend together, the lunches we've had, and your willingness to share your story with me. And I will support you, and you have my number, okay? All right, let's give this man a plaque. All right, our next item is our student board member recommendation from Ms. Hubbard.
All right, Sue is on vacation, so I'll stick around for this one too. Good evening again. The Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education has placed a high priority on engaging students and leveraging student voice in input, feedback, and decision-making opportunities. The seating of a student board member is in direct alignment with this priority. A little bit about the process. To be considered for student board member position, interested students complete a comprehensive application and campaign process held at each school. Schools then hold an election and move one candidate forward for a second round of interviews. Formal interviews were held here at the district office. Trustees Davis and Ballerini were involved in the process. Thank you very much. Each candidate was given up to 10 minutes to answer 5 questions. They were all commonly scored, and one candidate was selected to move forward. The candidate being recommended for our student board member for 2026-27 is Anashka Vyas. Anashka is currently a junior at Franklin High School. She brings with her extensive leadership and community experience. She is the founding executive director of the Sacramento Valley Model UN Conference here in Elk Grove. In this role, she works with several schools in the greater Sacramento region to educate students about global initiatives and engage them in the problem-solving process. Other leadership experience includes the Franklin Debate Team, Computer Science, President of Mathletes. She's on the Superintendent Student Advisory Student Voice Committee. She's the captain of the tennis team. She is their DAC and DLAC student representative. She is a MyVang for Congress student organizer, and she's on the National Honor Society. And with that, I'd like to introduce Anashka Vyas.
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos, and members of the community. I'm grateful to be here tonight with the goal of representing over 64,000 of my peers. Originally, I pursued this role last year because, as a student, I had no idea how else to bring my perspective to the district. So, last year, I actually served on our Student Voice Committee, supporting Z in his endeavors as student board member. But since then, I've also tested the limits of student agency in our district by starting intra-district initiatives, amongst other things. However, I know most students who also have valuable perspectives to share won't have those same entry points. Being a student of EGSD for nearly half my life, I've had the privilege to connect with other amazing students, teachers, and community members across Oak Grove. Each of them has shaped how I see the district and my role in it. I've seen student voices come to life on the Model UN floors, witnessed the camaraderie built amongst my tennis teammates, and coached middle school debaters as they discovered their own confidence. As a student board member, I plan to continue standing at the forefront of increasing student engagement, not only seeking to represent the youth population, but also amplify the voices that often go unheard. After all, each student brings a unique story and perspective, one that only they can truly give voice to. Thus, if selected as student board member, my main goal this term is to strengthen district transparency, student engagement, and resource accessibility. I plan to do that by making sure students know about the educational opportunities available to them and understanding how new EGSD policies work, by strengthening the Student Voice Committee and improving how we communicate with students, and by making sure that everyone has access to the resources they need to succeed in our district. Ultimately, I hope to bridge the gap between district policy and student outreach by getting more students involved in public comments, sharing important resources like the Student Bill of Rights, and going out and talking to students across the district to hear their input. As a student board member, I would stay active in subcommittee meetings, provide regular briefings to board members on student perspectives, and continue pushing the boundaries of student representation, ensuring that student voices reach new spaces in EGSD decision-making. If selected, I would prioritize the needs of our 62 public schools, 5 alternative education schools, charter schools, and virtual academy. I hope my term would serve as a catalyst for furthering youth engagement well beyond this upcoming term. Thank you.
Thank you, Anashka. With that, we request the board to give consideration for the approval of Anashka Vias as the 2026-27 Elk Grove Unified School District Student Board Member.
Thank you. Are there any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the recommended student board member, Anashka Vias.
So move.
Vias.
Second.
Who will officially be seated on July 1st, 2026. Mr. Yang?
I move the motion.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? You're approved unanimously. Welcome to the board. We'll see you in July.
Can we take a picture?
Yes, we'll be happy
I
to
know
come down
the
and take a picture.
Vias family is here. Can we get a picture?
Oh, of course. right. Our next is our resolutions. Our first resolution tonight is Classified School Employees Week. Mr. Singh.
Good evening, Madam Board President, Ms. Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos, and colleagues. Before I present the resolution, I would like to have my classified colleagues join me if they would like, please. Give it a minute for all our classified.
Come on
now.
Thank you, CSEA, AFSCME. Anybody else? We have
Anybody
ATU
else?
out there?
Thank you for joining me. It is my honor to request the board to adopt resolution number 93 for the 25-26 school year that will, don't be shy, that will be recognizing May 17th to the 23rd for 2026 as the Classified School Employees Week in Elk Grove Unified School District. The California State Legislature passed a measure in 1986 which established Classified School Employees Week to recognize the valuable contribution and meaningful services that classified employees make to our schools. To recognize the event locally, the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education is asked to approve the resolution that will commemorate May 17th to the 23rd, 2026 as the Classified School Employees Week in Elk Grove Unified School District.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Are there any blue cards on this item?
Yes, and I want to see how she's going to do this. I have a blue card from Diane Campbell. She's going to race across to the other podium. And there she is.
Hi, my name is Diane Campbell. I am president of AFSCME Local 258, one of the classified bargaining units within the district. So good evening, President Albiani, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos, board members, cabinet, and public. I just want to say how proud I have been to be the president for AFSCME Local 258 for the past 5 years. I'm entering year number 6. So AFSCME is the largest bargaining unit. I'm so happy that I am able to serve 1,300 of my members. But I also want to stand with my brothers and sisters with the other classified unions to say how great we truly make EGUSD. 1 week is not enough time to show your appreciation for classified staff, but we do appreciate it. But I also just want to encourage the trustees as you are out there visiting the sites to not only just thank the classified staff during the appreciation week, but throughout the year. And also don't forget that there's also classified staff that are not at school sites. We exist here in the Trigg Center in various departments, whether it's facilities and planning or payroll, accounting, our office assistants or SOAs that might be in early and elementary departments, secondary school, Department of Special Ed, all that kind of stuff. Classified exists here in the Trigg Center as well as our support sites as well, the maintenance and operations, food and nutrition, warehouse, purchasing, safety and security, Gerber Road as it's known. But classified exists everywhere. We're not just at the school sites. We are the backbone. We are everywhere. So thank you so very much for having this resolution and acknowledging all the work that the classified employees do. So thank you.
All right, I would like to call for a motion to adopt Resolution 93, recognizing May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as Classified School Employees Week in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Ballerini, seconded by Ms. Davis. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
you for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next item is Hmong American Day by Mr. Collier.
Good evening, President Albiani, board members, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos, colleagues, and community members. I'm bringing forth resolution number 88, designated May 14th, 2026 as Hmong American Day, as a time to remember and honor Hmong people's history, stories, and contributions in the Vietnam War. May 14th, Hmong American Day, is a time to remember and honor Hmong people's history, stories, and contributions to the Vietnam War. May 14th, 1975 was the day of the last airlift evacuation of the Hmong soldiers and families from Laos to a refugee camp in Thailand. The Elk Grove Unified School District, in partnership with Sacramento Educational Cable Consortium, has a collection of stories from Hmong and Mien survivors of the secret war that is maintained on the Time of Remembrance Elk Grove Unified School District Oral History Project webpage. They share their stories so that teachers and their students can learn about a hidden or undertold history still missing from our textbooks. Their interviews also provide invaluable insights to understanding the challenges faced by refugees, such as language barriers, cultural differences, huge shifts in geography, and loss of homeland and heritage. Several of the interviews are from refugees who served in the secret war as soldiers or even as Robins, also known as backseaters to Raven pilots. Since then, Hmong Americans have helped build a vibrant and diverse California, contributing socially, politically, and economically to our state. Many have become true American success stories, rising from humble beginnings to become teachers, engineers, doctors, lawyers, elected officials, and more. Once again, I am bringing forth this adopted resolution to the board to approve designating May 14th, 2026 as Hmong American Day.
Thank you. I'm going to get a first and a second, and then I think someone will want to speak. So I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 88, designating May 14th, 2026 as Hmong American Day, as a time to remember and honor Hmong's people's history, stories, and contributions in the Vietnam War.
I would like to move that motion.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Yang, seconded by Mr. Vargas. Mr. Yang, did you want to speak?
Sure. Good evening, community, colleagues. I would like to start saying I'm honored and very grateful for all your support from day one since we adopted Hmong American Day back in 2022. We have celebrated and honored the veterans and the Hmong individuals who play a role for all of Hmong American to be here. So thank you. We have celebrated 4 years since 2022. I would like to read this for all of us to hear because the resolution did point out some of the key points, but did not really specify the key responsibility and some of the keys that I would like all of us to hear and record it on record. With that said, I want to start saying that the Hmong soldiers were known as Hmong Special Guerrilla, aka SGU, were led by General Vang Pao. Hmong Special Guerrilla Units, SGU, were a force trained and supported by CIA in Laos from roughly 1961 to 1975 to assist the U.S. in the Vietnam War. Their tasks and responsibilities focus on disrupt enemy supplies, protecting U.S. assets, and recruiting American personnel. Military tasks and responsibility, recruiting down pilot. A primary mission was locating and recruiting American airmen shot down over Laos. Disrupting the Ho Chi Minh Trail, SGU soldiers fought against the North Vietnamese Army and Pathet Lao forces to stop the flow of supplies into South Vietnam. Intelligence gathering, conducting meetings to monitor enemy troops' movements. Defending local villages, protecting their communities and families for advancing communism forces. Impact and sacrifice. High casualty rate. Of the roughly 50,000 Hmong soldiers recruited by the U.S., an estimated 35,000 were killed. Life-saving role. Former CIA Director William Cosby stated that the Hmong saved over 50,000 American lives, significantly reducing the death toll of the Vietnam War. And today, the Hmong veterans has received a Bill of Rights to be buried in the U.S. National Cemetery. And unfortunately, that is the only veteran rights. They haven't got any VA or any other benefits as U.S. veterans supposed to get. And, you know, a lot of them already passed away. You know, it's been a long time. But a lot of us, especially in Minnesota, where there are a lot of more these veterans still fighting for the benefits that they so deserve it. So I just want to share with you all, thank you for supporting us. I just want to say that we are here to be a part of this great country, the United States of America, and this is our country now. Thank you.
Thank you. Now vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is student expulsion and voluntary transfer recommendations. Request for student expulsion. Is there a parent or guardian of a student recommended for expulsion or involuntary transfer who wishes to address the board in closed session? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion to approve the recommendations for student expulsion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Ballerini, seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Our next item is public comment for items not on the agenda. Are there any blue cards for items not on the agenda, Ms. Ballerini?
Madam President, there are 5 blue cards for items not on the agenda, and because there are 5 requests for public comment on items not on the agenda, you will each have 3 minutes to speak. Please understand that the board cannot take action or discuss the public comments made about items not on the published agenda. It would be a violation of the Brown Act. And my first card, I'm going to call on Lorene Pryor, and after Lorene, I have Ferreira is the last name for the second one. Lorene in here? Oh, there you are. Over here. Thank you.
Good evening. I wasn't expected to be called that quickly. Maureen Pryor with Black Youth Leadership Project. I just wanted to come in once again, say hello to you all. I know I haven't been here in quite some time, but that is not on purpose. There's a lot going on. What I wanted to bring to your attention, and I don't know who has John Earhart in their district. Oh, you do? Oh, fantastic. Great. So listen, there's this adult on campus who works at the school who's been intimidating an 11-year-old girl. Now, the only reason I have not gotten involved officially is because the parent has not filled out a complaint. That does not mean I don't know about it. So I'm giving you all a heads up before things get nasty with the parent, because I've heard different things going back and forth. The parent is ready to go physical. And so I need someone to intervene. This person has already been placed on leave. And for 2 weeks, this person was not on campus. When the person came back on campus, she was immediately upset with the child. And we cannot have that. The child does not want to go to school because this person who is not her teacher, who should not be in contact with her, is in contact with her. Yesterday, she hit the child in the back with her purse. So I need you all to put some attention onto that school. You can call the administrators before I have to get involved to kind of rectify that, because I do not want to see the parent get physical because the school is not keeping her baby safe. Okay? great. The other thing I wanted to tell you is we have Celebration Weekend coming up next month, June 19th through the 21st. You all are invited to attend. Matter of fact, you're encouraged to attend. We are honoring and recognizing our Black grads from throughout this region and the surrounding school districts. So if you have time, you will get official emails or invitations from me, but I wanted to put you on notice. If you have students from your BSU that are graduating, we would love for you to forward them our way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so the next person up is Kevin Ferreira, correct?
Yeah, excuse me. I made a mistake on that card. I'm actually speaking on an item on the agenda. So is it okay if I come back when that item is brought up?
Which item? Do you know?
The project labor agreement item.
So it is on that?
883, yeah.
Okay. I will put you back down there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we need Cheryl Grice and Orlando Castellon. Cheryl first, yes, over here. And so Orlando is next. After that, I have Ian Vanderlinden. If you guys want to go ahead and line up, there you go.
Okay, before I start, this is in regard to the Elk Grove Spring Palooza event that was this last weekend. And we had a poster contest. And one of the winners, is he here? Oh, good. Okay. Here's your poster. You didn't get a chance to read. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent David Riley, Vice President Beth Albiani, and board members. My name is Cheryl Grice, and I am here on behalf of the Elk Grove Spring Palooza organization as a board member and also the poster contest chairperson. Since COVID, the former Western Festival, which I'm sure a lot of people still remember, has been canceled for a few years. So this year, we decided to create a new festival for 2026, hence Elk Grove Spring Palooza. And we invited district high school art students to create a poster depicting the theme title, Be a Pollinator. So I'd like to, these are the two winners. Yeah, I'm kind of hold them up so they can see. Yeah, and the first is Lucien Tran. He's the first place winner from Elk Grove High School. The second place winner, Natalia, it's hard to pronounce, but well, anyway, all right, excuse me. And she's from Pleasant Grove High School. These two students did an outstanding job creating posters depicting the theme, Be a Pollinator. Also, I commend their teachers, Jennifer Moore of Elk Grove High School and Angelia Beauregard of Pleasant Grove High School, for giving them instruction and opportunity to express themselves. Our board president, Lyndon King, would like to congratulate the winners and give them their reward checks. Go ahead.
As the president of the Oak Grove Spring Palooza, I'd like to congratulate you. And we do have prize money for your efforts. So we have $150 for the first place. And we have $100 for second place. And they each get a T-shirt with the Elk Grove Spring Palooza. It's the first time that this event's been, it was last weekend. So if anybody came out there, I hope you had a good time.
Thank you for that.
Okay, and I'd just like to thank the family members, friends, and community members for attending this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Orlando Castillon and Ian Vanderlinden up. Orlando, you're next.
Sure. Hi, my name is Orlando, and I'm also too coming to speak on the project labor agreement. I'm not sure if I'm going to stay because I have to be back in the city tomorrow, about 5 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to do the best I can to stay and speak my piece to you guys. But as an Elk Grove resident, it's a long drive to cross those bridges. So I'll do the best I can to wait. So if you see the hard hat and the safety vest, that means the guy's still here. I appreciate your time. So if I fall asleep back here, somebody just wake me up.
Let's see. Okay, so Ian Vanderlinden is up next.
I did a similar thing to the other gentleman. I put it in the wrong box. I'm here for the PLA comment as well.
That is all of the public comments on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Our next item is our consent agenda. Are there any blue cards related to the consent agenda, Ms. Ballerini?
There are not.
Thank you. I would like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 13 on the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Yang, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Bargaining units. Did any of the bargaining units want to come speak? I see you.
Good evening, Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here this evening as the Associate Director for Special Education for EGEA. At the last board meeting, the district presented the Special Education Department's annual update. During that presentation, a question was raised regarding why only a portion of sites in our district are currently implementing co-teaching. I appreciate that question because it gets at the heart of both opportunity and challenge within our system. Before I go further, I want to be clear that I'm a strong advocate for co-teaching. I've co-taught for 12 years, including the past 10 years with my current co-teaching partner. I've seen firsthand the impact that effective co-teaching can have on student access, engagement, and outcomes. It has also significantly strengthened my own teaching practice as well as that of my co-teaching partner as we continuously refine our instruction and practice through collaboration. I'm here today to offer a broader perspective on co-teaching, specifically from the lens of the educators who are implementing it, or in many cases, being asked to implement it. The sites identified in the district presentation appear to reflect those that participated in district-provided training this year. In addition to those sites, Kerr Middle School has been implementing co-teaching for the past 12 years. Because I'm so closely connected to that work, I can speak to both its longevity and impact. At Kerr, co-teaching extends beyond the courses listed in the presentation, and it also includes English Language Arts 7, Science 7 and 8, and Social Science 8. This suggests that co-teaching is occurring beyond the current training participation, though not yet consistently at all across all sites. Co-teaching, when done well, is a powerful instructional model. It is also a research-based instructional methodology grounded in inclusive practices that increase access, strengthen engagement, and improve outcomes for students with disabilities, while benefiting all learners in the classroom. However, it is also a complex model that requires intentional structures, adequate resources, and ongoing support to be successful. From the teacher perspective, co-teaching is not simply placing two adults in a classroom. It requires shared planning time, clarity of roles and responsibilities, professional development and co-teaching models, and administrative support that prioritizes collaboration. In sites where co-teaching is thriving, those elements are in place. Teachers have time to plan together, they have received training, and there's a shared understanding of how to effectively deliver instruction as a team. In sites where co-teaching is not currently in place or has been difficult to sustain, it is not often due to a lack of willingness on the part of educators. Rather, it reflects systemic barriers such as limited common prep time, staffing constraints, competing caseload demands, and the absence of structured support for implementation. It's also important to acknowledge that in some cases, outdated or inaccurate beliefs about students with disabilities, particularly assumptions about their ability to engage with grade level content, can act as an additional barrier to expanding co-teaching practices. It's also important to recognize that co-teaching cannot be implemented in a one-size-fits-all across all sites. Each school has unique staffing patterns, student needs, and master schedule limitations that impact what is feasible. As educators, we're committed to inclusive practices and to improving outcomes for students with disabilities. We want co-teaching to be successful where it is implemented. To move toward that goal, it's critical that we approach expansion thoughtfully, ensuring that the necessary conditions are in place before expecting consistent implementation. From our perspective, that means investing in dedicated and protected common planning time, ongoing job-embedded professional development, clear expectations and guidance around co-teaching models, staffing structures that allow for sustainable collaboration, and continued collaboration with educators in designing site-specific approaches. We appreciate the district's efforts to expand inclusive practices and look forward to continuing to partner in this work. When co-teaching is implemented with fidelity and support, it can be transformative. When those supports are not in place, though, it can lead to frustration for staff and inconsistent outcomes for students. I appreciate the opportunity to share this today, and I welcome any follow-up conversation and invite you to reach out if there's any additional information I can provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item will be a large item, so I'm going to call for a 5-minute break, and then we'll start the project labor agreement update with Dr. Coates. We can get our board members back to the dais, please.
Are we ready? No.
Can we get our board members back to the dais, please? We'd like to begin. We know where you. Thank you. We're going to we'll go ahead and get started. I am sure Mr. Yang will be right here. Dr. Coates.
All right. Well, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos, the community that's come out tonight, and those that might be watching online. Tonight's presentation is an update on the Project Labor Agreement, or PLA, subcommittee process. It's an update from December 9th. Tonight is not a decision item. The purpose tonight is to share where we are in the process, ground conversation in the interests that should guide our work, and begin organizing the questions and considerations that will help shape the next phase of analysis. PLAs are a complex issue with long-term implications for construction delivery, contractor participation, workforce development, cost schedule, and the district's ability to sustain a strong facilities program over time. This is not a union or non-union discussion. The question tonight is whether a PLA is good in the abstract for Elk Grove Unified, or if another policy tool best advances Elk Grove Unified's interests given our contractor landscape, facilities program, student pathways, and responsibility to maximize bond dollars. Before I fully get started, I want to thank those on the subcommittee process. We spent a lot of time together going over a lot of data with still more to share. I also want to thank the numerous individuals, many who are here, that allowed us to come into their spaces, tour their apprenticeship programs, and continued discussions. Much of that work is ongoing. And before we get into the PLA-specific content, I want to anchor this conversation in the district's core values and learning vision. While this topic is technical, it connects directly to fiscal stewardship and operational excellence. Our facilities program exists to support students, schools, and communities. So the question is not simply whether a PLA can work somewhere. The question is whether any approach the district considers helps us deliver safe, high-quality, well-maintained facilities in a fiscally responsible and operationally sustainable way. This also connects to our learning vision. We have students in career technical education pathways, including construction, engineering, automotive, manufacturing, energy, and related fields. So workforce development is not separate from the district's mission. It's part of how we prepare students for college, career, and life. So this is the frame we've tried to hold throughout the subcommittee process. Tonight, we'll walk through 5 areas. First, the process and purpose of the subcommittee work. Second, the board interests that should anchor the work and analysis moving forward. Third, contractor perspectives. Fourth, our current practices and facility program. And finally, potential decision pathways and next steps. Again, tonight is about information, interest, and the direction for continued analysis, not intended to move the board to a final decision tonight. So what is a project labor agreement? At the most basic level, a project labor agreement is a contract between a project owner, us, the district, and multiple building trades. It's typically designed to govern employer-employee labor relations for the general contractor and subcontractors working on a covered project. You may also hear similar agreements referred to as project stabilization agreements, community workforce agreements, or pre-hire agreements. The specific terms matter, but for tonight's conversation, the key point is that a PLA establishes labor-related requirements for covered construction work before the project begins. This matters to Elk Grove because a PLA is not just a labor document. It can affect the operating conditions around a project, who chooses to bid, how contractors staff the work, what administrative obligations are created, how labor issues are resolved, and how the district protects cost, schedule, and quality. It may affect contractor participation, cost structure, workforce pipeline, product delivery, and administrative oversight. Those are not small considerations for a district our size. Elk Grove Unified has a significant facilities program, on average $115 million spent per year. And decisions in this space can influence our ability to maximize bond dollars, keep projects on schedule, maintain competition, support workforce development, and manage staff capacity. It's also important to say that the district is not starting from a place of failure. In fact, the opposite, a place of success. We have an established facilities program, a pre-qualified contractor base, multiple delivery methods, and strong internal oversight. So the question is, do we need to fix a broken system? The question is, would a PLA or other policy approach improve outcomes beyond what our current system is already producing, and at what cost or trade-off? This is why we are looking at potential benefits and potential risks together. So our process through the subcommittee, our group has met 4 times. You can see the dates there. We've approached this work using an interest-based problem-solving frame, something very familiar and foundational to Elk Grove Unified. That means that we started with interest and questions rather than beginning with a predetermined outcome. The subcommittee's work has focused on fact-finding. We reviewed our current practices and delivery methods, comparative district approaches, career technical education and apprenticeship connections, cost structures, and legal and statutory frameworks. We also began field engagement, including union and merit shop visits and industry conversations. The goal has been to better understand the landscape before asking the full board to consider any specific direction. As part of the process, we engaged with both union and merit perspectives. On the union side, we visited or engaged with Sheet Metal Training Center, NorCal Carpenters, and Plumbers and Pipe Fitters. On the merit side, we visited or engaged with Royal Electric and Western Electrical Contractors Association. Those visits have been important because this issue can easily be framed as one side versus another. That is not the frame that we are using. The better frame is that there are different workforce models, different business models, and different impacts depending on how a PLA is structured and applied. Both systems include skilled workers. Both systems can include state-approved apprenticeship programs. And both systems currently participate in public works construction in different ways. So our work is to understand the implications clearly, not to reduce the issue, again, as a simple union versus non-union discussion. And those field visits are ongoing. So how we're going to move through this is going to be intentional because it is a complex topic. We're going to start with board interest, something that the subcommittee started as well. Then we'll ground the discussion in facts, current practice, and multiple perspectives. We'll identify a range of options, but again, no decision tonight. As we move through this, we are going to avoid a simple pro-PLA or anti-PLA frame. The more useful frame is this. What problem are we trying to solve? What interest are we trying to protect? And which tool best advances those interests? A PLA may offer potential benefits around labor stability, apprenticeship access, local workforce development, and standardization. At the same time, it may raise concerns about contractor participation, competition, workforce flexibility, administrative capacity, and implementation complexity. Both sides of that analysis are important. Tonight is about making sure that the board's interests are clear before staff comes back with any recommended pathway. At this point, I want to slow down and make sure the board has an opportunity to shape the interest that will guide the next phase of work. This slide is intended to help frame the board's discussion. The questions are, what outcomes matter the most in this decision? What concerns should we ensure we address? What would success look like? What outcomes matter the most in this decision? What would success look like in 3 to 5 years? And what problem are we trying to solve? These questions are important because they help us move from a general discussion of a PLA to a governance level discussion and about what the board wants protected, advanced, or better understood. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to President Albiani to help facilitate the board's discussion on the next 2 slides.
Okay, if everybody will fill out the paper you have that's on the screen. We don't want you to have to read it off the screen. Subcommittee interests. This slide reflects the initial interest that surfaced through the subcommittee process. And I will say, I think this was prior to us determining the better questions and started from a purely start spot. And then we talked about IBB and what this meant more and have come more to the items that are suggested and the questions we had. How does this decision make things better for our students and schools? What problems are we trying to solve? Those questions on page 9. So I think even as a subcommittee group, these might, it's a changing list, it's a working list, and we didn't feel comfortable saying that we had all the questions and interests, and this is our chance to bring it back to the whole board for yours. So I'm going to go through the 3 questions and ask Kristen to capture the full board's thoughts on the following slide. You have a copy for your reference, and the first question is, what on this list resonates with you? And we'll give you guys just a minute to look this over, and I think I'll just keep going through the list like I call on usually. I'll just use the same process, and you can tell me. Our first question is, what on this list resonated with you? And we're talking about what are we going to keep on our board interests. Maybe there's things that don't need to be here or things we would like to add. And that's the third question. So let's start first with what on this list resonated with you. Ms. Davis? Okay. Ms. Baldwin? You guys want a few more minutes? Okay. Okay, Ms. Baldwin, we'll start.
Opportunities for our students and staff is a big one that stands out for me. And then also, I believe it's worded here, protecting our local workforce.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Moore, what resonates with you on this list?
I had a few. Having qualified workers that are union or non-union.
Okay.
Being fiscally responsible.
Okay.
Maximizing our bond dollars. Receiving the best product.
Hold on. Hold on one sec.
Oh, sorry, am I going too fast?
Yeah, I just can't find receiving.
Oh, just best product.
Okay.
Sorry, best product. I'll just read it as it says on the.
Yep, thank you.
And then best price and maximize competition.
Okay.
Protecting our local workforce.
Mm-hmm.
Projects done on time.
Okay.
Valuing relationships from the past, but obviously under that there's some bullets that are important as well. Competitive bidding.
Okay.
Sustainable for EGUSD staff. Net costs of impact and implementation, and a clear understanding.
All right. Mr. Vargas.
Real quick, can we maybe flesh out fiscally responsible fiscally responsible? Because I feel like it could go in a couple different directions. So can you guys tell us a little more about what is meant by, what the subcommittee meant putting that here?
It could have been me who put it on the list. One of the 4 items that we are responsible for as a board, we really have 4 charges and 1 employee, which you have to keep remembering, is to be fiscally responsible with our money. And so to get the best value for our dollar, and I think it ties into maximizing bond dollars. We've asked a lot of staff. Our original Measure M, I made phone calls, hundreds of staff members made phone calls to get those dollars from our public. So I would think of it in like kind of how you think in your board role to be fiscally responsible. That's how I see it.
I think to add to that too would be fair to add that we have a responsibility to the taxpayers and to make sure that we are utilizing the funds in a way that benefits the community and our district out. And so I think I would want that.
Okay, can you write that down? And we're gonna, in our last one, we're gonna put what is missing, and we'll put it there, okay? Just because we're doing it in colors, so we kind of have them in categories.
I think
so
I
don't lose that.
captured it too in a different color, so I'm back to it.
All right.
Seems like Dr. Coates is doing a good job of
trying.
following us even when we go off.
We'll capture it to make sure I captured everything. But
all right, Mr. Vargas.
I agree with most of what's been said already. For me, fiscal responsibility for a lot of the same reasons that I'm going to put forward. I would agree with Ms. Baldwin that we should take a broad view of what it means to be fiscally responsible. I think, especially in the work that I do, responsibility is not always measured in dollars and cents. And in what we do, it is often measured in what we deliver and how we deliver it. And so, when we look at that, looking at that more holistically. Valuing, I think for me, another one is valuing relationships. I think we as a district have a lot of relationships, and I think it's important that we continue to, facilitate and grow those relationships. And along with that, what are the positives that can come from this? Because I think that is tied to relationships. Also, sort of tied to those as well is opportunities for students and staff. I think, more of a procedural piece that's in here is, this, as we're doing this, it's under net costs and impact and implementation, right? Relying on facts, as we're having this conversation, rooting ourselves in facts. We're getting a lot of information thrown at us. I'm sure Dr. Coates knows that better than anybody right now. And so going through that, figuring out, okay, what of this is rhetoric, what of this is fact, what of this is studies, what of this is anecdotes, what of this is examples, right? And really kind of going through and figuring out, like, what are all these little pieces and how do they fit into the broader puzzle? Because, anecdotes are great, but they don't tell us a full picture. They're great at describing something, but they don't give us the full picture of what's going on. So as we're doing that, I think it will be important, to root ourselves in facts. And then the last one that that sort of resonated with me in part because of what's on the previous slide is just because we haven't doesn't mean we shouldn't. And I think that for me kind of goes and sort of plays with this idea of what problem are we trying to solve. And I think, as you pointed out, we're not necessarily trying to solve a problem. And so I think that dichotomy here is important, that question, what problem are we trying to solve, is a little bit, is a question, but it's part of a question, right? We should be thinking about can this benefit us? Does this benefit us? What are the benefits? What are the drawbacks? How are we measuring and balancing those things? It's not necessarily a problem to solve. It's, does this improve what we're doing? Does this improve the product that we're delivering? And yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Zong?
I think like an overlying concern that we've had as a district throughout this whole year is being finance-wise and money-wise. So I think one of the bullet points here that resonate most with me is being physically responsible. In addition to that, I also am looking into how does this benefit our students in Elk Grove. So bullet points that resonate with that is how this is protecting our local workforce, how this is positively influencing our direct community, and to use less outsourcing from outside communities.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini?
Oh, I was on the committee, so a lot of these are mine already. I do want to change the first one on there, having union workers do all of our work. That's what I said right at the beginning. I realize that that's not necessarily what we need to do, because there are laws about certain things that I've learned along the way, and maybe we could have union workers do a large portion of the work or a majority of the work, something like that. The word all is probably not the best answer for that. And other than that, I agree with all of them on there.
Sounds good. Mr. Yang?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Dr. Coates. These are really good bullet points already. I would like to say this before I share my bullet points, is that, I think for us as a school district to have subcommittee that look deeper into this, it is a sign of showing that we care and we are carefully analyze it and processing it through the best that we can to make sure that we make the best decision for our school district that will impact our staff, our students, and our community, and the folks that help us build our buildings. So thank you for doing that to our team. A lot of things that I want to choose that I think is important already said, and I'm just going to keep it to 5 points because there's a lot of good stuff in there. All of these are great, right? So I could have choose all of them too. But my top 5.
Okay, great.
My top 5 will be physical responsible.
Mm-hmm.
And that is obviously the biggest thing, because if we're not responsible about our money, then everything will fall into pieces, and that's not a good thing. Second thing will be best delivery model for the project targeted to the needs of the project. Third thing will be valuing relationships from the past, existing, and new relationships. Fourth thing will be opportunities for students and staff. And the fifth bullet point I have is, are there positives that come? Are there positives that could come? Apprenticeships and local workers. And in a nutshell, I think this is what's most important. And I think these things, to me, kind of fall into other bullet points that are already on here. But if we focus on those things, in my opinion, it tackles the other bullet points here for the most part. So that's why I just want to choose those 5 for easy, identifying the most important things on this list. But they're all pretty important. Thank you.
Mr. Yang, can I just clarify? So you had protecting our local workforce, correct? And then opportunities for students and staff, and you were meaning internships and stuff, right?
Let's see here. No, I have physical responsibility, best delivery model for the project.
I got that.
Value relationship from the past.
Got it.
4 is opportunities for students and staff, and 5 is, are there positive that could come? At the top, right there. You see it? Right there on your left side, your left hand.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll take this back when we go to the committee. Ms. Davis.
Thank you for giving me the extra time.
Of course.
I have a few more than everybody. I agree with Mr. Vargas on just because we haven't doesn't mean we shouldn't.
Okay.
We should always be looking to see if we could do things better. So I feel that one. I think are there positives that could come, ties down into opportunities for students and staff as apprenticeships, local workers. That also ties into protecting our local workforce and less outsourcing from outside communities. Because we could be able to determine the percent of local workforce. So a lot of these go together. I'd like to see the projects done on time, fewer change orders. In the presentation, there's a page that says we had $8.9 million in change orders. You didn't list the amount of time that was over, but that seems like a lot.
It's a 3-year period, just so you know.
Pardon?
We're looking at a 3-year, or the last 3 years, just so you know.
So that was 8.9 over 3 years then. That's quite a bit of over what we were expecting. I did have a question on the net cost of impact and implementation. You had a bullet point of factual. I wasn't understanding what that meant.
I think it speaks to what Mr. Vargas was saying, is that we're all receiving a lot of information from a lot of different places. And we're very, very focused on fact things. What can we say? Where did it come from?
Okay.
What can be a fact? And we're trying to be very clear.
Okay.
And that is our goal, is to not bring any hearsay, but to bring facts forward to make decisions based on.
I'd also, our project's done on time, and I would like to add a couple that were not on here.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to get that on number 3. So we're going to.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll be back around.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So are you caught up, Dr. Coates?
If you could just look at it, and then if you had any to weigh in on yourself.
Okay. I believe fiscally responsible is very strong for me personally. It's something I've always worked hard on this. I believe very strongly in protecting our local workforce. I believe as we present these things, you'll find some of these things are already true to our district. So I think okay, I like Mr. Yang's idea, like 5. So that's 2 for me. And I am going to go with sustainable for staff. I think we need to make sure we're doing something that that works for our district. And our district is made up of staff, and I think that's the way to respect that. So those are my top 3. Obviously, I'm on the committee. I agree with a lot of these. And tonight, really, in my mind, is to get more input from you guys than us. Because we have more time. We've already spent a whopping 6 hours together. So the second question, and we're going to do this in a different color. What needs clarification? And I have already heard fiscally responsible. We would like to delve into that a little bit more. And what it delivers, not just dollars. Would that be, is that fair of what you're saying, Mr. Vargas? Is that fair? Okay. Then I'm just going to run down. Did anybody have, we are on, okay, what needs clarification? And then the third thing will be what is missing. So that's coming. But what needs clarification? Ms. Moore, I think you don't need that. You don't have anything for clarification, do you? Oh, okay.
I think it's important to understand our current policy regarding this matter.
Is that on here? You've jumped to number 3.
I'm sorry. Yes.
You're good with number 2? Okay, we're focused on number 2. What needs clarification? Mr. Vargas?
So one thing that I think is clear in here, but is not quite clear on the screen, is the valuing relationships, I think is all relationships. Part of that is the relationships we've had in the past, but part of that is the new relationships that we can potentially build on this. And I think that's on here, but I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Let me see. That's it for now, but I'll keep thinking.
Okay. This one, we just didn't want to have anything out there. So, Mr. Zong?
Something that I think could use some more clarification is how it is going to be sustainable for the Elk Grove staff.
Okay.
And also, I would like to clarify the opportunities for students and staff.
To be very, I want to say crystal clear, but that's not the right word. To be very specific? Would that be the right word, is what you're thinking?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Ms. Ballerini?
So the first two on the list, having union workers do most of our work, having qualified workers that are union or non-union, maybe clarify what the laws are around that.
Okay.
Let's see what else.
What's currently in law?
Right.
Okay.
Like I said, if I had questions.
We got to ask him, didn't we?
Yeah, I got to ask him, so I already did that. I don't want to waste time.
Thank you. Mr. Yang? Take your mic. Okay.
Yeah, I do agree on the part that Jennifer just mentioned, having union workers do all of our work, having qualified workers that are union or non-union. I think that is a very important 2 bullet points that we need to make sure that we understand it thoroughly, what they are. So I just wanted to, second that.
Okay.
And then I also wanted to say, did someone say sustaining and improving on the facility programs?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to know that. And then the third thing is fewer change orders. Yeah, that sounds kind of a very simple thing, but I think there's so much in there that could expand it so much for us to understand what really involved in that.
Yeah, and industry standards and stuff like that. There's definitely a way we can go deeper with that.
Yeah,
with the information I've even seen. So thank you.
Yeah, that looks very easy. I mean, it sounds very simple, but I know that it's deeper in there. So, those are kind of what stood because my colleagues already share a lot of good points. So those are mine.
Sounds great. Ms. Davis?
I'd like to know a little bit more on what are the positives and opportunities for students and staff?
Yes, like Mr. Zong? Yeah.
Flushed out a little bit more. I would like a little more information also on the change orders. I'd like to know what the percentage of union, non-union requested the change orders. I think that would be important to look at. We should be able to tell that by the paperwork that's submitted for change orders.
I will continue to look into that, and then I will contact you if I need, have staff contact you if we need something further. I can't contact you.
Thank you.
Ms. Baldwin?
I think I'm good on what I already contributed in terms of the responsibility to the taxpayers under fiscally responsible.
All right. Okay, and our last question.
Oh, before we move on,
Yeah.
One point, or since it was brought up by a couple of people, is having qualified workers that are union and non-union. I think that the interest there, and I'm curious what my colleagues think, I think the interest there is really having qualified workers. And, I think the minute we start saying having qualified having qualified workers that are union and non-union, we're basically just having the PLA discussion. And so if we
say
having qualified workers that are union or non-union, then we're basically saying no to a PLA. So
Okay, so qualified workers.
I think that's
There is
really
an industry term for that we will get to. And yeah, excellent. Got it.
Biani, could I add one more thing?
Yes.
I lost my thought.
Okay, write it down. There's no reason we can't come back, Ms. Davis, okay?
I have one more to add. Since we're talking about the laws, I think that's important. We understand the laws and then more about prevailing wage as well.
Okay.
I think there's a lot.
Oh, you jumped.
Well, I'm
That is
saying that-
100%, but I see how you're tying it in. But I'm going to add it as a whole bullet because it's not something simple.
Okay.
So we're going to put prevailing wage. We start, Ms. Baldwin, you got to speak correctly. Okay. So what's missing? Ms. Moore? Ms. Hold on. I'm trying to stay in order. Okay, we're gonna come to you two. We're starting with Mr. Vargas this time. What do you think is missing, sir? Oh, hold on, Ms. Davis remembered. I got you.
I would like us to define what is considered local.
Oh, okay, very good point. Local workforce. What is that defined as? Excellent, okay. Hold on one second, Michael, please. That pen ended up being blue too, which didn't work. Okay, I'm ready now. Nope, I'm good. What is missing is the question, and Mr. Vargas is first.
I think this kind of goes as both a clarification and potential. What's missing is really the student impact piece here seems pretty empty. There are, I think, opportunities, like talking about opportunities really fleshes that out. I think we could, if we take a really broad view of opportunities, we could flesh out, and we'll find a lot of areas for addition, I would imagine. But you know, I think part of that conversation is going to be broadly, you know, things like our pathways and CTEs, things like internships, and things like pipelines to apprenticeship programs, and things like that. So I think like I don't have a specific addition, but I think fleshing out what opportunities means, you know,
Student impact possibilities, more on that. That's what I've, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you done? Okay, Mr. Zong, did you have anything you think is missing on here?
I think this also sort of goes alongside, like, it's adjacent to the bullet point on here where it says less outsourcing from outside communities.
Okay.
I think a bullet point adjacent to that could be where are we sourcing?
Where are we sourcing now?
Sourcing from, and also like what Miss Davis said earlier. I just lost my train of thought too.
That's okay, because we're happy to circle back. We've proven it.
Yeah,
Okay, we're coming back. You just let me know. Ms. Valerie?
I'm good with what we've got so far.
Thank you. Mr. Yang?
Well, I think, you know, I see apprenticeship and I don't see internship, right? So to me, apprenticeship is really when you actually doing the work, you're being trained, but you're being paid. Kind of like, you know, a probation period, you know, in my mind. But then internship is not necessarily that. Internship is more like training you the skill set to learn that field. And then you can make decision whether you are interested to go into that field or not. So it's two different things. And for me personally, I would like to see more internship because that is a tool that really prep our students the skill set and still have time to determine if that's something they wanted to do as a career, right?
Okay. I've added apprenticeship and internship.
So internship is what I'm interested to see on there also. Thank you.
Ms. Davis?
What I would like to on there is to see work that's done at the other end that's costing us more money. information from our maintenance department of how often they have to go out on a new build or a remodel and fix something that wasn't done correctly. I would like to know, are we incurring those costs?
And
then our district is almost 100% union district. Not quite, because we have our small group that can't be unionized. And I would like to hear from our unions in the district on how they feel about supporting union brothers and sisters.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Baldwin?
Yeah, I think along the lines of what Ms. Davis just mentioned, I do believe that engaging in a partnership with the construction labor unions is aligned to who we are as a district in terms of how we have our own bargaining units, and that there's Arbinger seeing people as people and valuing them and what they offer us, and making sure that there's appropriate safety nets that we can invest in to make sure that we're taking care of our workers. And I think that speaks a lot, that alignment to who we are as a district and what we value in our own workforce. I think that that's something that needs to be kept in mind as we look at this, because, it is something, to mention in terms of, who we are and who we choose to do business with in terms of how they take care of their workers. So.
Okay, so how workers are cared for. Okay. Ms. Moore.
Thank you. I think that, to maybe counter what was just said regarding valuing unions, part of, we are a community, and I think it's important to value our community, and that's all of our contractors that add value to our district and our community. And so I think that's important. And if we're going to seek feedback from our labor unions, I think we need to do it in a non-biased way. Not just do you support your union brothers and sisters, but do you believe this is the best option
With the actual question to our interest-based bargaining, will this support our students, those kind of things?
We can't just ask them one question. So I think if we're going to seek that input, then we need to do it in such a way that we do it in, to elicit non-biased perspectives or feedback.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify that, I'm not finished yet, but I just want to go back, because in the beginning I said that valuing past relationships, but I did want to clarify that I also do value current and new relationships, just because I didn't say that. I wanted to make sure.
Okay.
And then wanted to, going back to what is missing, what is the impact on students, families, staff, budget, community, taxpayers, local workforce. Again, many of our local workforce are loyal, valued partners that are part of our community. So, and then I also, going back to the student impact and opportunities, I agree that I would love to see if we can look at apprenticeship opportunities or ways that our local workforce can support our students. But in addition, I think it's important to recognize that that these apprenticeship programs, both union and non-union, are offering opportunities, important career opportunities for our students beyond high school that we need to value. And so I think that's, something really important, because I've mentioned many times that we need to make sure we're not just offering, college is important, but it's not the right path for everyone. So these apprenticeship programs, both merit and union, offer important opportunities for our kids, our students.
Thank you. You wanted to add something, Mr. Vargas?
Yes. I think one thing that was just bouncing around in my mind is, we are one of the most diverse community or diverse school districts in the state and communities in the state. And so trying to figure out the right language, but, I think we have an interest in ensuring that that pipelines are open to diverse communities. Is that kind of the right way of making sure that apprenticeship programs are, or places that we are sending students are going to be places where they can succeed regardless of their particular background. So ensuring that they're going to have equal opportunity in wherever they go. Like
There is no shortening that, is there, Mr. Vargas?
That was kind of my, I was like, not a good way.
Opportunities without discrimination?
Yeah. And I think that goes to, that may go to student impact, right? Because we're sending students out into this world, but it also goes to workforce and community, I think. So.
Okay.
Beth?
Yes.
I'm just curious, does this fall into this space or not? But like the data that shows our past projects, who took it, who won the bid and so forth. Do we have, can we show that so that we will have better understanding of who's been taking the jobs or helping us?
Yes, yes, 100%. We will get there, Mr. Yang.
Are we going there?
We're going part of that way there today.
Okay.
And I just want to say that this step is the most important step, was the chance for all of you to do this input. So we ground our work in this work right here. And as a subcommittee, we ground our work in what the whole board looks. And so this will be our guiding thing. And it is not uncommon that they don't all agree. Like there are differences on them. And so there will be opportunities to what Rose is most important, what satisfies the most of these. So it's the interest-based bargaining process, which most of us have been trained in, many of us have worked through. So that's what this piece is about for the public or anybody who's wondering. Thank you so much for your thoughtful contributions. Staff is going to work to update the slide so it reflects the interests of the full board. And as this complex work continues, these interests will remain in the forefront and help guide the next steps in the process. Back to you, Dr. Coates.
All right, thank you. Just one last look to make sure I captured, and I will cross-reference with your notes as well. Perfect. All right. Everyone almost got an orange at the dais, and if you've been through interest-based bargaining training, you would know why. That'll be a cliffhanger for everyone who hasn't. Okay, so now we're going to start to unfold some of the data. We had really rich questions from the December 9th presentation, and over the last 5 months, staff has really worked to try to gather all the information from December 9th. We are still extracting information, going on those visits. But one of the calls to action was to understand the contractor perspective. So we did send out a survey to our contractors. We received 64 total survey responses. Of those, 29 were union affiliated and 35 were merit contractors. The survey reflected a mix of business models and a range of perspectives. The key factors influencing contractor participation included workforce flexibility, cost predictability, administrative requirements, project size, and delivery method. The key factors influencing contractor participation, the contractor feedback helps us understand the difference between legal eligibility and practical participation. It may be true that contractors are allowed to bid under a PLA if they agree to the terms, but the district also needs to understand whether contracts would choose to bid, how they would price the work, whether they could staff the work under the agreement, and whether the bidder pool would remain strong enough to protect competition. That distinction matters for Elk Grove. Our obligation is not only to create a legally available process, it's to maintain a practically competitive process that supports quality, schedule, and the best use of bond dollars. The The main takeaway is that participation varies. There's not one single contractor perspective. A PLA may affect the bidder pool and competition differently depending on the contractor's business model, the project type, and specific terms of the agreement. So some core findings, the survey results showed strong alignment by the contractor model. Union contractors expressed strong support for PLAs. Merit contractors expressed strong concern or opposition. That alignment is important. It tells us that the impacts are not theoretical. Contractors view this issue through the lens of how their workforce is organized, how they bid the work, how they manage labor, and how administrative requirements affect their ability or willingness to participate. For the district, that means we need to look at the impact on the actual contractor landscape, not just the language of a potential agreement. So what we heard from union-affiliated contractors centered on stability, workforce quality, standardization, apprenticeship access, and the ability to create a more formal connection between public construction dollars and local workforce development. What we heard from the merit contractors centered on competition, costs, participation barriers, workforce flexibility, and concern that a PLA could change the way they manage their employees and subcontractors. Both perspectives are relevant because both speak to core district interests, as we just went through. We need qualified labor and reliable project delivery. We also need strong competitive contractor pool. The question for the board is not which group has the better argument, it's what set of conditions would best protect students, taxpayers, and long-term strengths of the facilities program. So the workforce reality, there are two similar systems, and both include training and apprenticeship pathways. So union and merit models both include skilled workers, active training programs, and state-approved apprentice programs through the Division of Apprenticeship Standards. The difference is often in structure. The merit model generally relies on direct employer-based hiring and more flexible workforce management. The union model generally relies on structured apprenticeship pipelines, centralized hiring, and formalized training and progression. It's an important point because the conversation can sometimes sound like one side has training and the other does not, and that is not accurate. Both union and merit models can use skilled workers, state-approved apprentice programs, and meaningful workforce development. And again, it's how the workforce is organized, dispatched, supervised, and sustained over time. So as we continue the analysis, we need to be precise. If our interest is apprenticeship access, we should look at all apprenticeship pathways. If it's local hire, we should examine what tools can meaningfully advance local participation. And if it's workforce quality, we should compare how different models demonstrate and verify that quality. So we talked a bit about high quality workers, and so skilled and trained is defined by public contract code. It's a workforce requirement that ensures a certain percentage of workers on certain public works projects are experienced and formally trained through apprenticeship programs. For Elk Grove Unified, this is especially relevant in lease-leaseback delivery, where the district monitors skilled and trained compliance for all contractors when that requirement applies. This is a separate but related issue. A PLA is one possible labor framework. Skilled and trained workforce compliance is a statutory requirement that already applies in certain delivery contexts. Understanding the relationship between the two is important because some potential benefits of a PLA may relate to skilled and trained workforce access or compliance, but we also need to understand what Elk Grove Unified is already required to do, what contracts are already doing, and what would actually change under different options. So in practice, skilled and trained requirements include several components. Workers must have sufficient experience in their trade and ability to perform work independently and competently. A required percentage of journey persons must be graduates of state-approved apprenticeship programs. Those percentages vary by trade and have increased over time. For lease-leaseback projects, this means contractors must track workforce composition, verify apprenticeship status, and ensure compliance by trade. The district's role is to monitor and enforce compliance. One potential argument in favor of a PLA that it may help contractors access workers who meet skilled and trained workforce requirements, particularly on delivery methods where those requirements apply. This is a valid area for analysis. At the same time, Elk Grove Unified already monitors skilled and trained compliance in contexts where it applies, and both union and merit pathways can include state-approved apprentice programs. So the next question is practical. Would a PLA reduce compliance burden, increase the number of contractors able to meet the requirement, or create other obligations that offset those benefits? Again, this is a level of analysis we still need before drawing a conclusion. So moving into our current practice and how we deliver projects today, we use Elk Grove staff for oversight, a competitive bidding framework, multiple delivery methods, an established contractor base, strong internal controls, and a focus on efficiency and measurable results. This matters because the district's current system is already producing measurable results. We have a competitive bidding process, multiple delivery methods, pre-qualification, contractor accountability, and staff oversight. We also have existing union participation in our projects today, including signatory contractors on recent major school construction. So a PLA should not be evaluated as the only way to bring skilled labor or union participation into Elk Grove work. That already occurs. It's whether a formal labor agreement would add value beyond the current model and whether that value is worth the potential trade-offs. This slide shows our staffing model that supports our facilities program, primarily working with construction. It's managed by a chief facilities officer, directors, managers, construction technicians, development and planning technicians, and we have facilities accounting support. Administrative impact is an area where we need to be careful and factual. Some PLA models may be designed to streamline certain labor management issues or create dispute resolution processes outside of district staff. At the same time, adopting, negotiating, implementing, monitoring, and reporting on a PLA would still require district capacity. That could include legal support, public meeting preparation, contractor coordination, compliance tracking, project by project applicability determinations, and ongoing communication with multiple parties. So it's not whether a PLA creates more or less work, it's what work shifts, who performs it, what expertise is required, and whether the model is sustainable for our staff. We use currently multiple project delivery methods. Design, bid, build is the traditional hard bid model. Design the project, bid the project, build the project, and award to the lowest responsible bidder. Lease-leaseback, which you've heard today, allows contractor selection based on qualifications and supports early collaboration and constructability input. Or CMAS provides pre-negotiated pricing structures through the Department of General Services. CUPCA, sorry, I'm not reading the entire thing. CUPCA gives the district additional flexibility for smaller public works projects within statutory thresholds. This matters because a PLA could interact differently with different delivery methods. A one-size-fits-all approach may have different impacts depending on whether the project is new construction, modernization, smaller work, or larger bond-funded project. Just sharing, we use all of these in some of our new schools. In fact, more recently, we've used the lease-leaseback approach. And in 2 schools, we've done the design bid build, and we've had the lease-leaseback with varying results. The question has come up. It came back up in December. It's come up through the subcommittee on what, a school being built was union and one was non-union. And we don't track it that way because whether a general contractor is union or merit, subcontractors are union as well. So it is every project is a mix. What we learned through 2 schools that had differing results is that the extra time, the early collaboration that a lease-leaseback affords can mitigate any potential issues that come that we aren't always afforded with a design bid build. So we have those examples, and so the question, again, isn't really union, non-union, it's what's the best delivery method for the project that we have at hand. This slide has come up already. It gives a 3-year look at cost performance. The simple message is this, that over time, additive and deductive change orders have essentially balanced out. The final contract total was very close to the award contract total. It's a meaningful data point because it shows that the current facilities program is managing scope, change orders, and project delivery with strong discipline. The cost performance slide gives us a baseline. It doesn't show that a PLA would increase costs, and it does not show that it would reduce costs. What it shows is that our current project delivery system has been disciplined in managing scope and change orders. That means any proposed change would be evaluated against a real baseline, not a theoretical one. If a PLA is proposed as a way to improve cost certainty, schedule, or labor stability, we need to compare those potential benefits to our current performance and to any potential impact on bid participation and pricing. So just thinking about the staffing model that we had and the number of contracts that we had, various contracts in all of those different delivery methods that you saw, we've had 155 projects and have completed nearly $417 million worth of awarded contracts with, basically a net return coming back with those. So change orders can be, again, additive or deductive. So this is a slide that may be familiar to you because it came from a recent board presentation. This slide uses the recent bond sale for Measure N as a parallel. If you recall, at the April 7th board meeting, Lori Ranieri presented on the bond sale results, which reinforced the value of competition. Had the district used a negotiated sale, one rate could have looked like a strong outcome, but the competitive process produced a better result for the district. The point of this slide is not that construction bidding and bond sales are the same, they are not. The point is that the process design matters. When public agencies structure competition well, they can improve outcomes and protect public resources. In the PLA context, that means that we need to look carefully at whether the structure preserves meaningful competition. It's not enough to ask whether contractors are technically eligible to bid. We need to ask whether qualified contractors from different business models are likely to participate, whether bids remain competitive, and whether the district continues to maximize its bond dollars. So student impact came up. This slide shows the number of Elk Grove Unified students currently participating in trade-related CTE pathways. Across the listed pathways, we have more than 1,500 students in grades 10 through 12, with 475 seniors. This is an important connection point as we just came up with our interest. Workforce development is not separate from our district mission. If there are ways to strengthen pathways for students into construction, engineering, energy, automotive, manufacturing, and related fields, that is a meaningful interest. The workforce development connection is real and important, but we should be thoughtful about the tool. Student opportunity can potentially be advanced through a PLA, through board policy, through administrative regulation, through project requirements, through partnerships, or through targeted agreements with apprenticeship programs and industry partners. So the next phase should help the board understand which option most directly creates the student benefit, not just which option sounds most aligned to workforce development. We already have a range of student partnerships with public agencies, higher education, industry, and workforce partners. It's important because we're not starting from zero. The district already has relationships that support students in career pathways. As we continue the PLA analysis, one question is whether there are additional partnership opportunities that could be strengthened through policy, administrative regulation, project requirements, or a PLA structure. The goal should be to identify which approach creates the clearest, most reliable pathway for students and how we would measure whether it's working. This is our current Elk Grove contractor landscape. We currently have 138 pre-qualified contractors. Approximately 70% are located within a 70-mile radius, and about 56% are located within a 50-mile radius. We also have a mix of union and merit business models. Some contractors are signatory to one or more trades, meaning they participate in a collective bargaining agreement for those trades. It's also important to note that the last 3 schools built by the district were built with signatory contractors. This slide's important because Elk Grove has a strong mix of contractor environment. It gives us 2 important points. First, the current system does not exclude union contractors. Second, any new model should be evaluated for how it affects the full contractor landscape, including local contractors, small contractors, signatory contractors, merit contractors, and contractors who may be signatory to some trades but not to others. So the question is whether the district can preserve a strong contractor pool while also advancing any additional workforce or community benefits the board identifies. As a board, this decision touches many groups, students and families, Elk Grove staff, taxpayers, workforce, industry partners, and the broader construction market. It also touches project costs, schedule, and delivery. It's why a thoughtful process matters. A PLA decision should not be made solely based on preference or pressure. It should be evaluated through the board's interests, the district's current performance, legal considerations, contractor participation, staff capacity, and long-term facilities needs. There are potential benefits to understand and there are potential risks to understand, and both should be treated seriously. This slide shows a continuum of options. On one end, it's status quo. It's what we're currently doing now, what we started to describe tonight. From there, the board could consider updates to administrative regulations and board policy. The board could also consider a pilot project, a pilot PLA, or a broader district PLA. Each option has design choices, dollar threshold, delivery method, new construction versus modernization, geographic area representation at the table, whether the approach applies to one project or whether it sunsets after a set period. These would all be considerations to make. This continuum is important because the board is not limited to an all or nothing decision. If the board wants to strengthen workforce development, there may be policy options short of a PLA. If we want to test the impact of a PLA, there may be a pilot option. If we want broader standardization, there may be a programmatic option with thresholds and conditions. Each option would need to answer the same core questions. What projects does it apply to? What problem would it solve? What would it cost? How would it affect competition? How would it affect students in workforce pathways? How would it be administered? And how would the board know whether it worked? It's why I recommend that the next round of analysis compare options against the board's interest rather than going down just one path. There is also a governance consideration. Negotiations may not occur in open session, and they're not eligible for closed session. So what could this mean, and what could this look like? This could be potentially negotiated with an ad hoc committee of the board, such as the subcommittee, but any parameters desired by the full board would need to be discussed in open session or be provided staff having authority or the subcommittee having authority to do those negotiations. It is not protected by the Brown Act in closed session, similar to how we currently do negotiations with our own labor groups. So it could be a visible and potentially extended process. So where are we now? No decision tonight. Initial information and perspectives have been shared. Board interests are being identified. And that gives the staff and the subcommittee clear direction for the next stage of work. At this point, it's not to decide whether a PLA should be adopted, it's to understand what we want to accomplish, what problem we want to solve, and which options best align with those interests. So in closing, this is a complex issue with long-term implications. We should have a meaningful understanding before moving to action. Includes potential understanding the potential benefits, the potential risks, administrative requirements, cost and schedule impacts, contractor participation, workforce development opportunities, and governance considerations. You've heard some potential benefits: labor stability, apprenticeship access, local hire, workforce development, and project standardization, but also some potential trade-offs: cost, competition, contractor participation, staff capacity, governance complexity, and impacts to existing delivery methods. Our next task is to bring those issues back in a structured way so the board can compare options against its own interest and allow us to make a decision based on evidence on local conditions, not assumptions, and what best serves our students, schools, and taxpayers. So we propose the next steps to continue working with the subcommittee, continue synthesizing the data, and return with additional analysis. The next round would focus on apprenticeship program data, impacts of potential approaches, schedule impact, additional questions raised tonight, and input from other districts and public entities. And our goal is to keep this process transparent, fact-based, and anchored in the board's interests. With that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, I have 11 blue cards on this item. So that means we didn't make it to the 15th, so everybody will get 3 minutes. And I'm going to read off the first two. I have Aaron Paredes and Matthew Beeston. Right off the bat. There you go. And go ahead and tell us your name when you come up to the podium and go ahead and speak. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, board members. My name is Aaron Paredes. I'm with KS Telecom, and I just wanted to show my support for the private contractors. I know my company, KS Telecom, does a lot of work with you guys, and I just personally believe a PLA would reduce a lot of work, especially locally, and it's not necessarily a bad thing for unions. I just think that we do the same skilled and trained workforce. So to kind of minimize that pool, I believe you'd be shooting yourself in the foot. That's just my own thoughts. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Matthew Beeston, and after that, I have Rex Heim.
Good evening, President Albiani, Superintendent Riley, members of the board. My name is Matthew Beeston. I am a representative of the North Coast States Carpenters Union. That was a fantastic presentation, Dr. Coates. Thank you so much. That was a lot packed into there. So I'm going to hit on two different topics here. I was hoping to follow my colleague who will give a kind of a comment on negotiation without representation, the same message that y'all heard last month. But just keep in mind, right, that having the carpenters included in a PLA negotiation is truly a simple and fair ask, right? It was included in the presentation that we were part of the field engagement. Therefore, we're already being considered, right? So us having our name on the masthead, being a part of the negotiations, representing our membership that works on the projects is a simple and fair ask. And to that point, right, facts was something that y'all were interested in. So fact is that on your consent agenda today, there were 4 projects that were recommended for award that you all awarded. All 4 of those went to carpenter signatory general contractors, right? Your projects are consistently carpenter signatory general contractors building those projects. Therefore, our membership is consistently working on your projects. Therefore, we should be included in the negotiations. I'm sorry to sound redundant, but again, it's a very simple and fair ask, right? That we're on the masthead, part of the negotiations. We do build 60 to 70% of everything that gets built. So then let's go to valuing relationships, right? Actually, I think I just hit on that. And I did want to dispel a couple myths here, right? That if we are included in the negotiations, I don't want to speak for any other representatives in the room. However, that has never led to the breakdown of a PLA negotiation, right? So us being at the table and on the masthead has not ever led to that completely dissolving a PLA, firstly. And secondly, we have never come to a point when we are negotiating together that we hit a stalemate and things break down at that point. So I just wanted to get those out of the way. We do play well together in the sandbox when we're both invited. So then I'm going to go to the second point here, right, which is coming from a place of success. Like I mentioned, our carpenters do a lot of work on your projects. Very happy to say that proudly, right? And a lot of that means that our signatory contractors, they are utilizing local workforce. So coming from that place of success, preference or pressure. I love that phrase, right? Don't make this decision based on preference or pressure. You have other options. And I'd love to discuss those options with you, whether it be board policy for local hire, maybe redoing some of your pre-qualification requirements for the contractors in the district. So I'll just close by saying, please respond to my outreach. I have gotten limited response from board members. I would love to demonstrate to you what our training program looks like so that we can talk about the opportunities for your students, because truthfully, that is the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have Rex Heim and Kevin Ferreira.
Good evening. My name is Rex Heim with the Western Electrical Contractors Association, who after that I think it's another good idea for us to be involved in negotiations going forward, as we have many contractors who've done a lot of work for the district. Elk Grove Unified has a great facilities program as it is currently. Everyone in this room has a fair chance at working on some of your projects. That won't be the same under a PLA. And all workers in this room aligns with the beginning of all of your district's core values that begin with all students, not some students depending on affiliation. WECA contractors have had a great relationship with your district, offering internships, employment, apprenticeships, career fairs, all things that help benefit all students in your district. I want to thank the board for their great governance on this issue so far. The contractor survey, field surveys, this presentation tonight, this is one of the most in-depth conversations I've seen on PLAs, and I want to thank all of you and your staff for doing so. I also want to thank the board members who've taken the time to come out and visit WECA's apprenticeship training facility and see the great work that we're doing to help benefit your graduates of your district and constituents and taxpayers. And I want to extend that invitation to those of you who have not had the chance yet right here. PLAs decrease contractor participation in bids on your project due to the discriminatory nature of PLAs. Fact, not a single WECA apprentice, whether they are graduates of your district, live in the district, are a constituent or a taxpayer, will be allowed to work on any of your projects under a PLA. 85% of California's construction workforce is non-union, so when you exclude them from your projects, costs are going to go up from what we've seen, about 20%. That's 20% of your bond that, when passed, was passed without a PLA, that you're now going to go back to the voters and say, oh, I think we might know how to do this better than you do if we want to put a PLA on it now. A recent local example is the I Street Bridge in Sacramento, which has a PLA on it. The recent bid came in hundreds of millions of dollars over the engineer's estimate, and the bridge will probably be delayed a year. These are signs of what problems you may have to deal with if you have a PLA that you don't have to deal with now. Everyone here speaking in support will benefit from PLA due to the fact that many local contractors and their workforce will be excluded from working under a PLA. We will never support an idea that discriminates against apprentices due to their affiliation. We believe in competition in the construction industry because true competition benefits all involved, not just some. Thank you very much for the diligent work you're doing on this, and looking forward to more of it in the future. Have a great night.
Thank you. All right, I've got Kevin Ferreira, and after that, Will McKee.
Good evening. Kim Ferreira, Executive Director of the Sacramento Sierra Building and Construction Trades Council. First, I'd like to address the tradesmen who are here with the council. I know some have left, but I would like to recognize them before I get going with our comments here. Would you please stand? I know some of them went home already. All right, thank you. Okay, with this presentation, the key takeaways for me to try to talk to very quickly is opportunity, workforce development, and local hire. Opportunity. The Sacramento Sierra Building Construction Trade Council has 30 apprenticeship programs represented by 21 trade unions. There's no intern with our apprenticeship program. We believe that if someone is working and wearing a tool belt, they should get paid, and that they can quit anytime they would like. If they're a first period apprentice or any time in the apprenticeship program, if they feel like that particular trade or apprenticeship program is not for them, they can walk away at any time. We are not Hotel California, right? So they can move on. Secondly, workforce development and local hire. The definition of local hire depends really on you. The most strict local hire language in the PLA or CWTA around here in this region is the city of Sacramento, where it's particularly in tiers, city of Sacramento, county, and then the seven-city region. However, Sacramento goes a little more because they have designated 16 zip codes of economically challenged zip codes. And so they actually ask for hiring commitments from those zip codes, which we have delivered on. The overall local hire percentages of local hire for the first 5-year term with the city of Sacramento is 76%. It's over 25% for the 16 zip codes. And so we deliver what we say we're going to deliver. Now, for demographics, our number one demographic is Hispanic. Number 2 is Caucasian. Number 3 is African American. Number 4 is women and Asians. And so we are diverse, and so and we welcome anybody to be a part of our program. And so now with the workforce development is also, we all have pre-apprenticeship programs, which is the pipeline to feed into the workforce, so to speak. And so with us, our MC3 program, multi-craft core curriculum, with the building trades program that we have a 76% placement rate in getting them into the apprenticeship program.
Sorry, your time is up.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have Will McKee, and Reed Jackson is after him.
Hi, good evening, trustees. Thank you so much for your time. I'd also like to say hello to the people that are watching online, especially if they're students. That's really cool to see that they're involved. And thank you for your term as a student chair as well. That's really great. My name is Will McKee. I've been an electrician for 11 years. This program changed my life. I'm with IBEW Local 340, and I had the benefit of being a teacher now, being able to teach apprentices, and just such a big gift, especially during Teacher Appreciation Week, which is so nice. I want to share an opportunity that can change lives for Elk Grove students. When I was in high school, nobody talked about the trades. There's a very different world today where that is a viable path for so many people, and so many young people are learning about it that didn't know about it before. It's a really nice time to be in that place. When your graduates leave high school, many are looking for a path that offers stability, growth, and a future they can count on. Construction apprenticeship programs provide exactly that. These programs are recognized statewide, nationally, for producing a highly skilled workforce while maintaining strong safety standards that reduce workplace injuries. They're run by joint apprenticeship training committees, JATCs, which means they're not just jobs, they're investments, and the trades they make in careers. Apprentices earn while they learn, gaining hands-on experience in the field at no cost, all while receiving a living wage and health benefits. And I had the benefit of introducing some of you to our facility, our union facility, when you got a chance to look at some of our program. A recent report by NorCal Construction Industry Compliance shows that union apprenticeship programs have higher participation rates among women and minorities. In fact, our union has a women's committee and an electrical worker minority caucus specifically for those purposes. And graduates earn wages above industry averages. These programs often open doors for students who might not otherwise have access to these opportunities. But for apprentices to succeed, they need local projects. Local work allows them to gain the hours and experience required to complete their training while staying close to home. Local projects make it easier for apprentices to balance school, work, and family commitments. It is for these reasons I ask the board to support continued learning for Elk Grove students by directing your staff to negotiate a labor agreement with the Building Trades Council. Please help us make a future brighter for your students. Thank you very much for your time and for your commitment to the future of Elk Grove students.
Thank you. Next, I have Reed Jackson and then Neildon Charles. Neildon? Okay.
Good evening, trustees. And again, any students that are still here or watching, good for you. First of all, I want to say awesome performance earlier. Having those students here really warmed my heart. I wasn't really expecting that. It actually almost made me a little teary-eyed. Really, really proud of Elk Grove. Part of the reason I'm here today is because in some ways I kind of encapsulate Elk Grove. My name is Reed Jackson. I'm a fifth-year electrician apprentice through IBEW, Local 340 here in Sacramento, but I live in Elk Grove. I'm a resident of Elk Grove. My sister-in-law goes to school right around the corner at Joseph Kerr. My aunt spent many decades as a teacher here in Elk Grove. Her daughter followed her path, and I'm happy to say that my beautiful wife is actually an educator at Sunrise Elementary in Elk Grove as well. We kind of keep it, in this area. I wanted to speak tonight to show that a project labor agreement not only reinvests your tax dollars locally, but will also employ local union workers like myself. I have personal ties to the community, as I told you, and people like myself, the men and women of IBEW 340 and all the union workers here in the Sacramento area will be very dedicated workers that will make sure that the projects get finished right. I love Elk Grove. I have pride in the fact that one day my future children may get the education that they deserve in schools and facilities that I helped build myself. That makes me so happy. I've gotten to work in a few schools here, putting lights up, and every time you flick that switch and the light comes on, you feel really good about yourself. And I hope that this PLA moves forward and we discuss it here again in the future. And I just want to thank you all so very much for having us, and I'm sure I'll see you around town.
Thank you. Okay, Neildon, is that correct?
Yes, you got the first name right.
And after that, I have Kathleen. Oh, Kathleen Galgini. Blah, blah.
Okay. So this was a test for you on my last name, by the way. Good evening, board members. My name is Neildon John Charles. I'm the senior field representative for the North Coast States Capitals Union, covering the Sacramento region. The last few meetings we've had, we did mention that we represent 70 to 75% of the construction work taking place on the project. Well, this time around, we brought some handouts. I hope that you do have it in front of you, which shows the 10 principal craft that we have under the carpenter umbrella. Keep in mind, it doesn't show all of the crafts that we have. Some of those that's not mentioned in there is the like the concrete formwork, the toilet petition, the doors and hardware, right? But I do not want to sound like a broken record. There is one point I want to make tonight. We are not against a PLA, right? Just want to make sure that we're clear on this one. But however, I do know that this is a discussion item and there's no action is going to be taking place tonight. But however, if at any point in time you do decide to move forward with a PLA, the carpenters have to be part of the negotiation, given that we're the largest construction trade in the construction industry. And for the record, I am an Elk Grove resident. Family and kids are here. School goes to school in Elk Grove. So looking forward to mirror my colleague Matthew Bison's point. I'm looking forward to working with the trustees that we have not sat down and met with. So thank you.
Thank you. And Kathleen is up there. And then I have the other gentleman that was up before, Ian Vanderlinden, and after that, Orlando is up.
Thank you, and I'm here on behalf of the Local Dollars, Local Jobs Coalition, and I want to start by thanking you for such a wonderful deliberative process that allows for input from all of the board members and really challenges everyone to be very thoughtful about this entire process. Our coalition is comprised of local contractors who support an open bidding process that allows both non-union and union shops to be able to compete and bid on local school construction projects. We appreciate that tonight's presentation has focused on apprenticeship opportunities. We also thank you for including a list of high schools that provide career technical education offerings in the trades and the number of students who are participating in each school. Clearly, Elk Grove Unified has made significant investments in these pathways. Our coalition believes that an open competitive bidding process rather than a PLA will maximize these investments by ensuring that all students can continue their training in local community college apprenticeship programs, non-union merit projects, programs approved by the federal government and the state of California, and union-sponsored joint apprenticeship and training programs. However, under a PLA, apprentices must graduate from a union-sponsored apprenticeship program, leaving the majority of local apprentices behind. Not all districts that have done PLAs have reviewed their results. However, there are lessons to be learned from the City of Fresno Community Workforce Agreement. PLA supporters agreed to exert their utmost efforts to achieve local hire and local apprenticeship goals for City of Fresno students. However, a recent report concluded that the results fell well below agreed upon goals in all areas. For example, between February 2023 and January of 2024, they had a goal of a minimum of 50% resident journeyman hours. The actual result was 26%. A minimum of 55% of resident apprenticeship hours. The actual result was 25%. And the minimum 30% of resident new apprentice hours. The actual was 21%. It is unknown whether the City of Fresno considered local statistics on the number of both non-union and union apprenticeship programs before deciding to move forward with a PLA. The results from the report may signify that the city did not have enough union-only apprenticeship programs to be able to meet the local apprenticeship goals. However, this body does have the ability to determine in advance of making any decisions what the current capacity is for union and non-union and community college apprenticeship programs. We urge you to seek input from other districts as earlier suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Ian Vanderlinden, and after that, Orlando.
Hello again. Thank you for your time. Thank you for that amazing presentation. To state it again, that was one of the best and most thorough I've seen. I'm with KS Telecom. We're a local company. We've been in business for 31 years here locally. We've served your district for over 2 decades. I've got friends on both sides of this equation, on the union and non-union side. But the unions will laugh at us when politicians vote for PLAs, because that's the way that they can beat us, because we both pay the state-made mandated prevailing wages. We both provide health care and retirement and volunteering. I was at Sheldon High School last week for a career fair. I don't recall seeing the majority of the people in the room here there, but I was there volunteering my time. Royal Electric, which is another non-union contractor, was there. WECA, which is a non-union apprenticeship, was there. I was lucky enough to sit down with an employee from Royal Electric, brand new. He got hired with them last year, and the reason that he got hired was that Royal Electric spent time to go into the shop classes and talk to the kids about the trades, and that's the path that he wanted to go, and he's going to head into the apprenticeship program. So that was cool to meet him. You guys have a bond out there. The bond was passed without a PLA on it. Now the unions want that money. They want to discriminate against the non-union workforce, and that's what we're a part of. We work on a lot of projects in Sac City recently. Obviously under the PLA amount. So when we're on those projects, we beat the union contractors by 20+%. On the projects that we were discriminated from, those were at least 100% over budget. Those are facts. If that same reasoning of 20% goes into this and applies to your bond, that's $108 million that you guys wouldn't have. That goes to the unions and not the community that funded it. That's about 2.5 elementary schools that wouldn't be built. It's a middle school that wouldn't be built because of a discriminatory PLA. You guys have a fiduciary duty to your district and your community. Why entertain a PLA that discriminates against so many? Last, the first two, last meeting's first 2 hours was talking about inclusion. The last part of it was PLA related, and that was discrimination. You could feel the distance on the room. I don't believe your staff wants this. They've got a situation that works here. It's worked for, like I said, over 2 decades, and we've been a part of it. Your IT staff doesn't want it. We're a preferred contractor here. I doubt your community wants it. They didn't vote for it, and you should lose sleep if you entertain the idea of voting for it, because it steals from the community.
Thank you. Orlando, did you not need to speak? Okay, perfect. Just making sure.
All righty. So, short and sweet, I'm Orlando Castellon. I'm with the Roofers and Waterproofers, Local 81. And just right on for your time. We appreciate you guys, letting me come last, because the last shall be first. I'm just going to share with you guys. Somebody said something about 60-something thousand students, right? I thought I heard that.
64.
One of the students had talked about that. So just think of the pathway for some of those students to be part of working on Elk Grove Unified School District buildings and properties and new construction sites. Just stick with that. That's really good. I also want to just mention to you guys that there was something like 1,300 members. I thought somebody said that were union members. So solidarity, stick with that. It's good. I think that the PLA is positive. It's very productive. I'm going to take off and go home and get to sleep and get up, and I'm going to head back over to the Bay Area. And it'd be nice to stay here sometimes and work here. So if you guys can do anything in your hearts to help a brother out, I'll speak on behalf of other guys that I know that are also on the road with me too. It's a tough commute to cross the Altamont Pass and then head over the bridges too. It's very cost effective. I mean, it's costly. It's not cost effective. Gas is high. It's a lot of time away from our family. So whatever you guys could do to help us out, we appreciate it. I know I do. I'll talk about it tomorrow, and I'll say that, hey, I got the chance to speak up. I mean, I might add something to it, but you know what? At the very, when you guys do decide what you want to do, we trust you guys. It's in your hands. PLA is good for us. I mean, I've worked a lot in the Bay Area on PLAs. Really never out here in the Valley. Sometimes in Sacramento, we're down there, but you guys could be the first. Just open the door. Like Brother Vargas has said, just you guys got to do it. Mr. Yang, we appreciate you, man, your thoughts. I mean, everybody else that's here, Ms. Davis, it's positive. Just do the best you can to just think about, PLA is going to be good. It's going to be a good thing. You just got to give it a shot. And I'll put a good roof on for you guys if I ever get to come out here. That's a promise.
Thank you. And that is the last of our blue cards on this item.
All right, thank you. Thank you to everybody who's come out tonight. We'll go for board member comments or questions. I think we did quite a bit of that with our practice, but Ms. Ballerini, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, not right now.
Thank you. Mr. Yang?
No, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Coates and the public's comment. I think all the comments are well taken, and we'll definitely have our subcommittee and our staff look into it, and then we, as board, we will also collectively continue to think it through, and we'll see what comes next. And I truly believe in the process that we are taking on, and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
Yeah, I have a few questions. If we go to page 15, on the workforce reality, 2 similar systems. Do we know where the apprenticeship programs are located for the non-union shops?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. Are they local, or do we have ones that are out of Manteca?
Well, I'm going to jump a slide so I get the name right. The Sheet Metal Training Center and the Western Electrical Contractors Association are next door to each other.
Okay, so they're local.
Yeah.
But ACTA, is that local or is that out of Manteca?
Which one? I'm sorry.
ACTA?
I'm not familiar
Okay.
with that one.
And is their training hours similar? Because from what I understand, the non-union do 96 hours of training, where the union shops do 200 hours worth of training per year?
Truth be told, I don't know the answers to those questions. What I do, the standardization is through the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, but that could be certainly something that we explore with the subcommittee.
Okay. Page 23, when we talk about our career technical education, do we ever reach out to our students to find out where they went after this, after our training programs?
For to Mr. Schweitzer.
Yeah, we do senior surveys to find out if they've gone to college, trades, military, to learn more about what they're doing after they leave us.
Okay. Is that something you could share with us? Yes. Okay, thank you. On page 24, looking at the current partnerships for our students, I'm not seeing non-union shops in here. Do we not participate in current partnerships for our students with non-union businesses?
These are some of the examples of some of the partnerships that we have, and they provide a wide variety of support to students. They provide guest speakers, they're industry advisors, career opportunities, internships, et cetera. So This is a sampling. We can get you a complete list.
Do we
of
have a full
everybody.
list of them? Could we also get that list, please? Let me see, I'm sorry, I'm a little all over the place here. Page 25. I want to go down to where it says 70-mile radius is 56%, or 70% are located within a 70-mile radius. Is 70 miles actually what we consider local?
No, it's just within the 70 miles. So some districts look at 100 miles, some districts look at 70 miles, 50 miles, 10 miles. They look by county, they look by zip code. And so we were just taking a look at the pre-qualified list that we have, and this is what it looks like. And you have the results by county.
Okay, because I just had a conversation just within the last few days with a business out of Modesto who feels they're local just because they have a couple employees that live here. That 70 miles seems like a bit far to be considered local. That business is taking those dollars to that community and not spending them in our community. All that our community is going to see is the couple workers who live in this area. So I'd like to really look into what we consider local.
We can certainly do that. This slide was not to represent what we considered local, but just who we're currently working with.
Okay, but I think earlier we were talking about trying to define what local is on the board interest ones. We wanted to know what you considered was local, and so this really kind of stood out at me that 70 miles was. Let's see here. Sorry, I got a lot to say today. On the page 28, on the PLA negotiations, I don't believe in the Brown Act consideration that we have to do full negotiations in front of the board. See here, so unlike labor agreements with district's own employees, the discussion of a PLA by a quorum of the board must be done in open session, but there's no requirement that negotiations be conducted at an open board meeting. Public PLAs are always negotiated outside of a public hearing context, usually in closed negotiations between staff or a board subcommittee, small enough not to trigger the Brown Act and the building and construction trades. So I think that was a little...
Well, I think it's what I described during the presentation, which is it can happen in a lot of different ways. So typically there are terms that we would start with, and that could be conducted by an ad hoc committee of the board, like the subcommittee that has been doing the work. But any parameters that the board might have for staff would need to be done in open session. So the example with the Brown Act is we don't have, it doesn't fall under the Brown Act of closed session, where we could talk through parameters with the full board to understand what are the terms that are aligned with the interest of the full board. So that would have to be, you would have to either provide that authority to either the subcommittee, to staff, or it would have to be done in open session.
Okay, but stating it must occur, I think, was a little disingenuous. Let's see here. On page 27, just a little thing that stood out at me. The bolding. That it really stood out on the bolding that one of them was bolded more. That's almost subliminal, and I'd like us that if we're using fonts in bold, that we use them equally across all of the circles. Because I think if you notice, one looks way darker than the other. And that, if you read up on the eyes go to where it's darker. Let's see. Just to talk to the gentleman who spoke, I've been asking if we've been inviting trade unions to our career fairs and to our organizations, things that we have for people to attend, our students to attend. They're not getting the invitations. So I'm wondering if we could improve that. I think we're giving everybody an equal say here. We should also give our students equal access at our career fairs. Let me see if that was it. I think that's, and I would just like to comment, we have 15,000 construction workers that live, work, and raise their families in the city of Elk Grove and the surrounding region. It's we have a lot of union workers here. So, but thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin?
So I feel like, one, I want to thank Dr. Coates for the presentation. I know that was a lot to share with us and the community. I think it's really helpful to kind of better understand where we are with the subcommittee. I do feel, however, that this is taking quite a long time, and a lot of the hypotheticals that we're talking in can be addressed if we were to just have a conversation with, the union trades and to ask them directly and say, what would a PLA look like for the district? But we can't do that if we keep kind of staying in this very hypothetical space. And so I really feel like tonight we're considering whether a project labor agreement is the right tool to support our upcoming construction and modernization work. For me, the question's simple: how do we ensure our schools are built safely, efficiently, and with the highest level of craftsmanship to our students and staff while valuing the workforce? At this point, we are having a very hypothetical discussion, and it makes sense to me that we move out of that space by going to the source and having a meaningful discussion on what a PLA could look like with our local union building trades. A PLA can help us continue to have success in our projects. It guarantees access to a skilled, trained workforce, people who are certified, experienced, and prepared for the complexities of school construction. These are projects that involve seismic safety, electrical upgrades, HVAC modernization, and specialized learning spaces. We cannot afford shortcuts or delays. A PLA also brings stability. It includes no strike and no lockout provisions, which means our projects are protected from labor disruptions. When we're managing multiple trades and tight timelines, that stability matters. It keeps projects on schedule and helps us avoid the cost escalations that come with delays. Just as important, a PLA aligns with our values as a public school district. It supports local hiring, apprenticeship programs, and pathways into the trades for underrepresented workers who will be likely our students. It creates opportunities for our own students, especially those in CTE programs, to step into real careers with family-sustaining wages. And finally, a PLA gives us predictable, consistent standards across all contractors, clear rules, clear expectations, and a shared commitment to safety and quality. At the end of the day, this is about stewardship. Stewardship of taxpayer dollars, stewardship of our facilities, and stewardship of the learning environment our students deserve. A project labor agreement is a responsible, strategic way to deliver the safe, modern schools our community expects. So with that, I would like to motion to add the following as an action item to the next board agenda to direct our district leadership to meet with our local union building trades to discuss what a PLA will look like for Elk Grove Unified School District.
It is not in line with our board agreed to handbook. The handbook you signed when you came on says request for board agenda items come through to the president and then to the superintendent. And we will meet and talk about when it can be scheduled and get back to you. And then if you are not happy with that process, then you can bring it back up and we'll put it on the agenda, and we'll put it on the agenda and you can call for a vote at that point.
So is that based on our own
board handbook that everybody signed when they came on the board?
Okay.
Our process. So I will take that as a notification. You would like to do that?
Okay.
And one of us will follow up with the details, and then we'll meet and get back to you. Ms. Moore.
Thank you. I do have a few comments. I was one of the board members that served on the Project Labor Agreement Subcommittee, and I would like to thank Dr. Coates and her team for the hours of work they have already put in to gather information and guide this subcommittee in preparation for this presentation and discussion. Being on the subcommittee helped me better understand our facilities team current practices and also better understand the pros and cons and possible implications of implementing a PLA. I would also like to thank those who have made public comment and the dozens of local contractors and workers who have sent emails over the last several months. I have read those emails and I appreciate your input. On page 9, we have two very important questions that I believe should shape our thought process and decision-making when it comes to this topic of project labor agreements. Number one, how does this decision make things better for our students and schools? And number two, what problem are we trying to solve? On page 19, it was just shared our current staff. In the PLA subcommittee, we did discuss in more depth the potential increased staff workload if a PLA was implemented and the possibility of adding a new staff position, which is obviously is costs money. It has a physical impact. So I wanted to say that on page 21, that slide illustrates the efficiency and effectiveness of our current system and practices, as was discussed in depth by Dr. Coates. And again, this goes back to the question, what problem are we trying to solve? Page 22. This slide is important because it illustrates the importance of competitive bidding to maximize our bond dollars. And page 25, I know that one of the concerns shared by a few board members was hiring local contractors. And I'm grateful for the staff for compiling this information because it is valuable to see that 56% of our contractors are located within 50 miles and 70% are located within a 70-mile radius. And I also think that before we, as a board, define what is local, we need to ask for feedback from the facilities team because being on the subcommittee, we were able to get further insight about the importance of that radius and possible considerations. So I think that's an important consideration. And I know that one local school district implemented a policy that required 25% of their contractors to be local, and we're well above 25%. So again, I ask, what problem are we trying to solve? Page 26 highlights who this decision touches, but it does not emphasize the magnitude of this decision. Implementing a PLA reduces competition, potentially increases staff workload, and adds potential increased costs and additional staff positions. As a district And as board members, we have ongoing budget constraints, the responsibility to maximize our tax dollars, a responsibility to ensure our students learn in the best possible facilities, and a responsibility to be inclusive and fair to our local workforce and industry partners. I don't believe implementing a PLA is responsible or fair to any of our stakeholders. Page 28 highlights the complexity and extended timeline of potential negotiations of a PLA, which can be an important consideration. I would also like to point out that our non-union employees are still paid prevailing wage, and I've received many communications indicating that these employees are happy with their compensation and benefits. Additionally, implementing a PLA not only reduces competitive bidding, but it's a very exclusionary process. I've received dozens of emails from contractors, and it's clear this discussion is not only creating conflict between union or non-union and union contractors, but it's even creating conflict between local unions. One local union even shared with me that they believe our district's current system seems to be functioning well. I would also like to share that I have visited one union and one non-union apprenticeship facility so far, and I was able to see firsthand the value that both facilities add to our community and the amazing opportunities they can both provide for our students to have a promising and successful career. They both also shared that they have served high school students in various ways. We need more partners, not less. We need more opportunities for our students, not less. And to Ms. Baldwin's point, if we are going to go directly to the source when discussing a PLA, we need to include non-union contractors as well. They are our partners, they are our community members. In closing, our current practices are fair and inclusive, highly efficient, fiscally responsible, and we pull from a largely local workforce. Both union and non-union contractors add value to our district and to our community. Neither are currently being excluded. So again, I ask, what problem are we trying to solve? Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Vargas?
Thank you. I want to start by saying I appreciate everything you guys have done. This is truly incredible. I think it's incredibly valuable that we have this baseline of knowledge. All of us come to this discussion with a different level, or came to this discussion with a different level of knowledge, and so I think sort of creating that baseline for us is incredibly helpful. I know that you, in particular, Dr. Coates, and your staff have spent an incredible amount of time on this outside of the work that you already have to do, and so I want to make sure that we are acknowledging that and appreciating that, because it is incredibly valuable to us, and I know that we are asking you to do something that is on top of what you're already doing. So I appreciate it. And I also want to appreciate that you're meeting with everybody and talking to everybody, because I think it's incredibly important that we be doing that. I have met with everybody who asked me, whether they are union or non-union. I think it's important that we do that, regardless of what our particular beliefs are, regardless of what our particular votes are going to end up being. I think that it's important that we hear everybody out. I think I've learned a lot through that process, and it's been incredibly valuable to me. So, regardless of where I might end up on the actual vote, I appreciate everybody who has reached out and provided information. That has been incredibly helpful to our process. And I think you've seen how helpful that has been to our process, not just in this presentation, but also in the fact that the board has this baseline of knowledge now that is going to help us make an informed decision. So I actually want to kind of pause and step back and have a different conversation, still on topic. We may not be able to vote right now, but it is still up to us to give guidance. And I think that it is clear that in the past 6 months, we have not given any. The board has gave some guidance, 6 months ago when we initially did this, and then we have not touched on this topic since then as a board in open session. And I think it's important that we make clear where the majority of the board is on this. And so I have 3 suggestions in terms of process, clarifying process on where we stand as a board. The first one is I think that we should make clear what our expectation is in terms of a timeline. And I have my reasons for this are, one, we've seen delay, to Ms. Baldwin's point. I think I understand that delay. I understand because I talked to the superintendent about it. And so I understand where that delay comes from. But I think the fact that we are just starting the interest-based bargaining process right now is still 6 months into the process. And so, I support us being diligent on this. I actually support us using the IBB process. I think it's interesting, and I appreciated our conversation earlier. But we could have started that process earlier, and that process didn't require a subcommittee. And so another reason that I think we need a timeline is board accountability. This process needs to be accountable to a board majority. And I think that one of the things that we saw is we were supposed to have this conversation in March. That was when it was initially agendized. That was my understanding at the end of last year, and the decision was made to delay this conversation 2 months. That decision was, the board was informed of that decision. We were not asked about that decision. And to me, that's a problem because the majority of the board still needs to be giving guidance. One member of the board and the superintendent shouldn't be running a process for 6 months without talking to the board and getting that guidance. And so I think it's important that we as a board make clear what our timeline expectation is. That does not mean that timeline cannot change. That does not mean that we cannot be flexible. But I think we need a timeline that sets that out so that when changes to that timeline happen, it is the board making that decision, and we are being accountable to ourselves, each other, and the public. And I think going along on that last point, I think transparency is important here, right? The public deserves to know what we're doing. And when we are not addressing this issue in 6 months, we are not being transparent. And I have seen in the past 6 months an enormous amount of misinformation out there about what our process is and where we are and where it's going and who's running the process and all of that. And that is incredibly frustrating. And I think the public deserves to actually have accurate information about where we are in this process. And so I think that when we have a timeline, everybody knows where we are, and when we're making adjustments, everybody knows why we're making those adjustments. And so my suggestion is that we adopt, as a group, we say what we think the timeline should be. Obviously, we are not taking action today, so we can't do any officially adopting, but I think making clear where the board believes this timeline should be will help guide staff in terms of making decisions, going forward. And so I welcome, here's my suggestion, but I welcome input from my colleagues. I agree with Ms. Baldwin. I think, our next meeting should be, this should come up again in June with more information, with answers to the questions that we brought forward. And I know that there's still more work to do, so let's set June as our expectation. If that needs to change, come talk to us and we'll make that change. But I think that's a good timeline. And then my belief is that we should shoot for making a decision in August. I think that's reasonable. We have the summer to have a conversation or to get more information, whatever you want to do. Again, more time is okay, but I think needs to come back to us and tell us, okay, why? Why do we need more time? And I think part of my reasoning for believing that we can do this in a relatively expedited way is because I think I agree with what Ms. Baldwin said. I think the question before us is narrow. It's narrower than we're making it out to be. And I think because the question is really whether to engage in negotiation. And a lot of the nuance that we're talking about, a lot of the structure that we're talking about, a lot of the additional information that we're looking for is things that can get worked out either in parallel or as part of that negotiation. And so that is anyway, that is the first thing I want to say. I have two other ones, but I kind of want to open it up to my colleagues for a conversation.
I'll lead your timeline when I do make my comments. Go ahead.
Okay, I kind of want to open it up to my colleagues for a conversation about that. because I think this is important, and I'd like to know where other people are on this.
Okay. June being a meeting does not seem unreasonable to me. The end of June, I'm not looking at an agenda, but doesn't seem unreasonable to me. I'm going to say it's a little, I think, unfounded. I've sat in this seat for 4 months. You sat in the seat the 2 months prior to that when you talk about 6 months old. The superintendent sat in that seat for 4 months, taking over an entire district. So it's offensive, and it's offensive in the point that I have spent over 6 hours in the month of April doing this. So maybe it took too long to start, but I mean, this is when we could get to it. We're running a whole district, and we're inviting an entire new system in. So I think we can have strong feelings about this, and we can have differing opinions, but we need to show respect. And we can have frustration, but saying that it's come across not well.
Well, you can disagree with it. You can disagree with that I said we should have done this faster, but I don't think that was in any way offensive or even accusatory. I think that we should just move at a steady pace. And I really don't want to get into the reasons why it took so long, because that's a whole different can of worms. But
I'm going to recognize that this committee has met 4 times in the month of April to get ready for an incredible presentation. So June.
I want to make is around the committee, but I want to hear from other people. So
okay. June, August seems reasonable. We've made a ton of progress in 1 month.
Well, Beth, I wanted to say that this is not the typical of what we do, as far as what we have done before, where everything is in the kind of a routine for us, right? So this is kind of a new approach to this whole POA. I don't think we had that.
Do you not feel that when we make decisions as a board in the past, it has been very thoughtful,
so what
deep dug into? Am I reading that wrong? Because I've obviously been here.
Hello? Testing. You're reading wrong. What I'm saying is I see where Michael is coming from, but at the same time, I remember what we talked about is making sure that, we're taking this path of approaching the PLA in a very methodical way, where it's kind of like a new avenue for us in a way. And we have to be very considerate of, folks that we already dealt with in the past and so forth. So I think that where we at right now is a good place as far as I could see from where we came from to here. And yeah, it is a large school district, and this is something that we want to make sure we get it right, because this is going to impact a lot of people's lives, right? And so I think for me personally, I think we should not rush it. But of course, setting a timeline is reasonable for me personally. I think that is, a form of transparency and a form of guidance that show that, hey, we do have a timeline. But I mean, by any means, we have to be very careful of this process. So for me, I'd rather be methodical and make sure that we get our data, make sure that we get all the inputs that are necessary, and then we'll make a final decision to it. I'm not in the rush.
Okay, but the accountability of checking in every few months, having a presentation, making the progress, and having a schedule is Michael's.
Yeah, it's fair
deal,
to say.
And
I'm not in the rush to get into an action item where we're going to make a decision.
Okay.
Yeah. Make sure that we do our homework and make sure that we got all the stuff that we needed to make that decision.
Okay. Ms. Davis?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. This is such a big subject, And there are so many nuances in it that I personally wish we were doing this in open session and not in a committee, because as Ms. Moore stated, that she now has a better understanding of how this works. And I don't feel that all is being shared with the board. And because of the Brown Act, we're not allowed to talk to each other about what's happening in the committee or the information that's being shared. The presentation was a good presentation, but I am no more educated on our district's process and the involvement of union and non-union in our district than I was before this meeting. So I personally, like I said, would rather have it done transparent and out in the open rather than in a subcommittee. I know we can't do that at this point, but I would, I just feel that even the makeup of the committee, we have a majority who feels a certain way, but on the committee, it's the opposite. We don't have a fair representation on the majority of the committee, of the board on the committee. So I would rather be out in the open and we talk about it here in front of everybody and learn together and have that conversation together.
Okay, I would like to say that we are approaching this in the interest-based bargaining fashion. So it is not an us versus them or a PLA, not a PLA. And we are learning a lot of stuff, and we met the fourth time to make sure we included everything we thought you would want to learn. And as you ask questions, we are happy to bring them back and share the information with the entire board as that goes. And I think it's more meaty presentations like this that lead to conversations that might lead to more questions. I don't feel like there's anything we hid from this. I think it's incredibly transparent, and I will take that, make sure. I don't know how to do that. We do subcommittee work because it's 6 hours, and we don't have 6 hours to spend right here.
No, I understand.
And so I can understand your frustration, but I can tell you from a personal point of view, I've not made a decision. And it's not a decision made a pro or con, it's an interest-based decision. And you've been trained on that, and you know that as well as I do. I do practice that. And so that is, and I think today coming to here to have everybody's interest seen is a sign that we are taking that responsibility seriously and including everybody. And as those steps move along, we will not be doing them by ourselves or deciding to leave certain things out. I can make you that commitment.
Did all the work.
Ms. Davis, I can make you that commitment. We don't plan to leave anything out, hide anything, and we will continue to bring back the process to you in a report format, open to do, and I can make that commitment. It's not being done. I will say, it felt more pro-union, non-union when we walked in the room, and it is not the feeling of that committee at this moment. The feeling of the committee is, what does a PLA do for us, and how does it work for our school district and our students? And that's the genuine question at this point.
And I appreciate all the hard work, I really do. And I do understand it's a lengthy process, but we do have special board meetings that we could expound that time. I just feel that out of all the experiences up here in our lives, we might bring a different question, a different view.
Tonight.
But over the whole process, that someone might not have thought about. So that's why I'm just, if it was all of us, it might shorten the work to ask those questions there than to have a meeting after meeting to gather our questions again, where we could maybe hammer it out in a special board meeting. But thank you for all the work. I know it is extensive.
Mm-hmm. I'm on Ms. Bollywan. I'm just kind of going in the circle here. Did you have anything else you wanted to add at this point?
I mean, I'm really interested to hear what else Michael has to contribute. I think this is a great discussion, and I do still feel like we are working in hypotheticals. And I agree with you, Michael, that if some of this work could be done in parallel, but that will require us to begin a conversation with the building trades to ask, what could this look like for us? And so I understand that we are utilizing the subcommittee process and really trying to be extremely thoughtful, but a lot of this stuff, it could be cleared up pretty easily if we just began a conversation. It wouldn't mean that we would end up with a PLA. It would mean that we would be better clearly positioned to understand what it could look like for us and whether or not it's something we want to do. And for now, it seems like it feels like it's being prolonged for maybe other reasons that I don't know what they are. And so that perception makes it hard to continue down this road of hypotheticals and uncertainty and not being able to be clearly transparent on what exactly are we doing here. Honestly, for me, it would have been extremely valuable to have some pros, cons, and alternatives, but we've not gotten to any closer to that.
Oh, I will say, I think we are getting closer to that, and we're in an information gathering point. And once we had a lot of this information, we wanted to bring it to the whole board.
Well,
and so we're sharing the process.
And that we should be mindful of the time at least. And I agree with Mr. Vargas that a timeline should be implemented, because then at least we have a better understanding of where we're at, what time frame are we working with, so that we can, really work on figuring out if this is what we're going to do.
Okay. I haven't heard anybody speak against the June-August suggestion. Ms. Moore?
I do believe we have, on page 27, there were presented options. I think it's important to note that we don't have to, there are a myriad of options. We can stay the status quo, we can do what we're doing, or we can go all the way to the other side, which is a district PLA, but there's also options in the middle. And one thing that I thought was really interesting is that we could update our administrative regulations and board policy, and that's why I think it would be important to bring back what our current policy is, because within a board, if we look at modifying our board policy, we could include what we define as local, what percentage of local workers we want. So there are ways that we can perhaps get the desired outcome that some board members might want without even implementing a PLA. So I think that's why I personally think that we shouldn't move too quickly through this process, because we need to look at what our policy is and consider that as an option. And then, of course, there's two other options there in the middle. And so I think that's important to recognize that we don't just have to jump into a PLA, like there's options in the middle. And I guess I'm just curious, why are we in such a hurry? That's what I don't understand. To me, this is a really big decision that could have huge implications for our district in a variety of ways. So I'm just trying to figure out, why are we in a hurry to do this right now?
Mr. Zong, did you want to add anything? I'll come back to you, Michael.
Well, right now it feels like it's a lot to digest. It's like, for like my analogy, it's sort of like being served a piece of steak and you're trying to eat the steak without cutting it. So I think it's more beneficial if we I think I'll have more words to say as we continue down the discussion line, because I'm sure there will be more and more varied and more that's all I say.
Okay. I was going to go back to Michael. Did you want to add something before that? Okay, Mr. Ye?
No, I was just going to say that, to me personally, this is a normal conversation on the board. I mean, this is my 5th year here. This is normal. Normal meaning, not everybody going to agree on something entirely. It's going to be, splits or, whatever the number may be for the board members. So this is, to me, this is very normal for me, right? So this is normal in the fact that we are asking our staff to do extra work, and they are doing what they could, The fact that we do have a large school district, 64,000 students with close to 6,000 staff now. So we do have other things that we need to do and get it done. With that said, reiterate that, a general timeline, it's okay, But at the same time, this is a very important work that has real implication, and we should not rush as board member who is responsible for, those implications, right? And so to me, but at the same time, it's normal for people to have different opinion. No, I should say board members have different opinion. It's completely okay. But at the end of the day, we still have to follow our policy, which we normally go with subcommittee, and subcommittee work with our staff and go along with that. And with the timeline, being implemented as a general guidance, that's okay. That's normal to me. And but at the same time, we just have to make sure that if you feel like, as an individual board members, including our student board, if you wanted to know more about this information about, POA and apprenticeships and whatever that you want to know, this is the time that you do your homework, so that the next time we meet, you will have better approach of what you really want to support and have some data to back your opinion on it, because we speak and not just to ourselves but to the public. So for me, I think this is a very good discussion where we at right now, but setting a timeline, I agree with Michael, setting a timeline, but again, by all means, I'm not in the rush to get it done, as long as we do it methodically with the resource that we have, because this is not like priorities over everything we got. We got to prioritize it according to our available resources, right? So anyways, I appreciate all the opinions that we have shared right now. Thank you.
I just want to say one quick thing. Yes, you have questions or comments or thoughts you want explored, it is Brown Act that we are not talking past the subcommittee, but you have access to staff to contribute them, and staff can contribute them into the meetings, and then we can build them into answers with the next presentation from the subcommittee.
That's what I was referring to.
So remember that. Mr. Riley, you wanted to speak?
So I want to seek clarification. First thing I want to say is I take full responsibility for this process, first and foremost. I am just finishing my first 4 months, so didn't have the luxury of this 6 months reference of this and how long people have been waiting to make this decision. I will take direction from the board. So, my impression as a new superintendent starting in January, there were clear priorities that we wanted to accomplish. And looking back in my first 4 months, it's been very busy and it's been very successful. We've taken care of some important business that I was told is a priority. So, we have a lot going on. This is a very time-consuming process. So first and foremost, I want to recognize the efforts of the staff and the facility department, Dr. Coates and her staff, because we're in the course of these considerations, we're also managing a sizable construction bond and construction projects. Meanwhile, if I'm told tonight that this is a #1 priority, then we'll hit the gas and we'll do what we need to do. But I need some flexibility to adjust our timeline in terms of our agenda topics. We're currently doing a partnership with West Ed, total overview of our special education program. I'm in the process of reviewing a 138-page report on special education delivery model. That's my priority at the moment. So if I need to put that somewhere, to put this in front, I will do so if that's the direction of the board. We're in the middle of core value work and action planning so that, because even a well-intended organization with as many departments we have, we're going in different directions, meaning well, but we're trying to organize our efforts towards some specific lodestar to make an impact on student outcomes. That's my priority right now. We just went through and devised policies on artificial intelligence. That was complicated and time-consuming. So I just need, if I'm told that, I'm thankful of the subcommittee process. Like, we need the subcommittee process because we tackle extremely complex issues that don't have clear answers. And because of the nature of the subcommittee being comprised of 3 board members, on any given topic, it's going to be perceived as lopsided. Just the chances are. Because these are dilemmas, they're not problems with singular solutions. But I think the process has been clean. I will admit, I've learned a great deal. This presentation and where we are in just 4 months, I'm in a better place than I was. And personally, I just have some apprehensions of rushing to a decision. But evidently, some folks have a better understanding of our current construction processes, all the different model, the deliveries, what a PLA looks like, what the negotiations. I'm still a little bit unclear and could use a little bit more time. So I welcome a definition of a timeline. I just need a clear expectation set and what the board's priorities are in terms of giving me direction. Because I can't run this staff into the ground. I want some of my staff to take time off in June and July. That's like our best opportunity. So I need to gauge. So if I get clear direction and expectation of a timeline, I will meet it. But I'm going to need some consideration on other fronts when we may fail to meet expectations, because there's only a finite amount of resources and energy that we have and time in a day to do the work. So I'm open to direction. I just need clarity in where we are right now. If we're going to entertain, if the board president and myself are going to entertain putting this on the next agenda, we will do that. If we want to set a timeline here as to when to bring this back, I would ask at least August, just to give us time to finish out the timeline as it's been stated for the rest of the year, and to be able to be thoughtful in the next presentation so I can prioritize this for August. So that's all I'll say for now. I'm just seeking direction.
To clarify, so you're saying, because we have June, August, what you're saying is next presentation, August, decision unknown.
My suggestion is that we do another presentation in August to answer questions, to flush out the options, to address everyone's questions. And then from the August meeting, we can entertain a piece if we feel like we're more ready to have a decision ready. That seems reasonable. I mean, something this complex normally, and again, maybe I'm off, to have a process from start to finish in single-digit months seems a lot. Like, out of the mouths of babes here. Like, I like steak, but I don't like to swallow it whole either. So, yeah, I would say a presentation in August, and let's check for understanding at that point, and then make a plan moving forward.
We might have a longer day meeting too that we could tie into after August that could give us some more time. These things do take time. I believe Ms. Moore is on the school board due to the fact how long it took for us to come up with a book policy.
Fair.
I think it was over 12 months. And you know what it is? It's solid. It's solid. It works for all the people that came here and spoke because we took in all their information. And the setup of how we're making this decision is what's important to me. The interest-based bargaining, what are your interests? And your interests carry as much weight in that subcommittee as every other interest on the list. And we will work to figure out what the real facts are, and then we can weigh our interests against the facts and the options, and that's how interest-based bargaining goes.
Well, I still think that the proposal I made is reasonable. I think based on my conversations with the superintendent previously, I think that a month and a half to compile whatever additional information is required, and then to at least put August on the agenda as a potential decision point, with the understanding that if more time is needed, you'll come back in August and tell us why. I still think that's reasonable. And so.
Okay, so let's get some direction going. I think it is, yeah, Mr. Yang.
Well, for me, I think I heard Mr. Riley, which is our superintendent. He's the one that is working with our resources, right? So for me, I relate to his knowledge as far as our available resources, and we do have the voice to give directions. But for me, from what I heard from the priorities that he had listed, to me, those are the ones that we prioritize him and our cabinet to take on, right? And those have to take priority over this one, for me personally. So the fact that he knows about our resources, availability, our manpower, I do agree to what he says, that giving the fact that we are going to the summer, and that's typically folks going to take off vacation and so forth, it is a push. So bringing back this to our agenda in August and then reassess from there. What I like to see is that, hey, if we go with this is, option 1, option 2, or option 3, this is how it looks like. I mean, that is a possibility, but it's not an action item yet. It's for us to, it's to entertain us, right? So that we have, an idea of what implication or impact that it's going to draw going forward, maybe 3 to 5 years, right? And then we could think about it, and then we could maybe make a suggestion about either bringing more information to the next meeting, put it on an agenda, or we could say, hey, our next direction is to make this item an action item the next time it comes around, right? I think that's reasonable for me as far as what I have heard this board, including Mr. Riley. That's my take on it.
Okay.
Ms. Albiani?
Yes.
I just want to add that I do think the reason this is just gone so long as well is because I agree with Mr. Vargas that we haven't given clear direction, and I take responsibility for that as a board member, because to me, this presentation and a lot of this conversation is centered around, is a PLA good for the district? But I think there's enough consensus on this board that we are interested in looking at what it could look like. And we are nowhere close to that unless we start a conversation with the building trades. And I think that's where a lot of my frustration is coming from, and the urgency to move away from trying to determine whether or not this is a good idea for the district. We don't know because we're not having the conversation about what it could look like. We're not saying that we're going to make a decision on a PLA. We just want to see what it looks like and have a thoughtful conversation with the partnerships that we would be potentially formalizing an agreement with. But we can't do that if we keep circling around these hypotheticals that frankly, I think that our staff know enough on, we don't need to be the experts on. We take their expertise, we give the direction, they present to us the pros, the cons, and then we make a decision. But we can't get there if we keep going back and forth on something I think we already know that there's enough interest around. We just want to see what it looks like. So if there's a way to get to that, I would really be in favor of that. Because right now, there's just so much like what ifs and hypotheticals that make it really confusing as to where are we and how are we moving the needle on this.
I think as a board, there was a definite interest in investigating whether we wanted to get into a PLA. And as you learn what a PLA is, I compared it to an amoeba, because it can take all sorts of forms. It can do a million, it's a negotiated thing, and it can take a whole bunch of different forms. So I think our responsibility is to have enough knowledge to make to know what we want it to include or not include, and to know where we're at. Like, understanding where we are now, then we can see what this does, pro or con. And this is the basis of learning where we are now. So I feel very strongly with Mr. Yang. It's a process, and it takes time. And I also feel that students, direct services to students, are what Mr. Riley has on his agenda, top of his agenda. And I don't believe when any of us take a breath that we feel those are the wrong things right now. And I'm seeing people, I mean, I believe as a board, direct services to students are our most important thing. And the idea that we are going to change a process that has been successful with less than 1% of off budget, I mean, just all the things, what we have now, without deep thought, consideration, and exploring things, would be a very big shift in how we have done this. Our district runs on process. I think anybody who's watched me run a board meeting has watched what we've done for the last 12 years. It's about process, and that's how we've gotten through hard things, and that's how we've gotten through disagreements. And when a decision is made, it is a decision made with 7 people, and everybody will stand up and be with it. And we're doing it in an interest-based way with a completely open mind. And we are a cruise ship, and Ms. Moore will probably roll her eyes, as she has in the past at me once before, possibly when I told her, we can't change things so fast. It's a cruise ship, it's not a speedboat. And this is a change. But I do understand the frustration to not think work's happening, or that we're moving forward with it, and I've 100% heard it. And I also think there is a consideration, April, May, who doesn't have 5 events this week? And every single person in the cabinet goes to them too. May, June, when do they have a chance to take vacation? June, July. It's just a reality. And so I feel very strongly, August, feel free to send in your questions, send in your comments, send them to staff, and we will continue to meet, and we will have another wonderful, meaty presentation. And at the end, we will talk about what we think we are, where we are. We'll have the same hard conversation. I don't want to not lean into these, and we will decide as a board what we want to see next, and we will. I think it could bring a sense of sturdiness or steadiness if when we come in August, Mr. Riley and I will have proposed dates that we can go from that meeting. So it won't be a whenever. We'll work on knowing when the next meeting we can have that agenda topic, and we can bring that to the board at the same time.
Could I clarify 2 things? I just, for the public, want to clarify, no one takes June and July off. Like, we don't get summers off. Like, if you can get 3 days off and extend it, like, that's a win. But, I'm just trying, I just want, for clarity, just want to get people, how was your summer vacation? What's that?
Year-round school, definitely.
And to, as I stress to board members, any frustration you have, I'm available. I take calls on Saturdays. I take calls on Sundays, 11 o'clock at night on a Wednesday. So if you're frustrated, I need to know. And I would appreciate the courtesy of giving an opportunity to do something about it rather than hearing about pent-up frustration at a board meeting. But I'll work with you. And I listen. Just we need reasonable timelines with clear expectations in terms of priorities. That's all I ask in this role.
Miss Davis and Miss Ballerini.
I understand, and I've been some of those late-night phone calls, and I appreciate them, being talked off the ledge sometimes. I agree, though, with Mr. Vargas. We need that structure of knowing when it's going to come. What I would ask, in agreement with Ms. Baldwin, if we're going to put 4 months between now and the next time we talk about this, if we can sit down, not we, but the peoples in the district could sit down with some of our union leaders and start working out some of the details of what it would look like. I think 4 months is a long enough time to fit some of those conversations into a schedule so that we're not just coming back in August getting answers to our questions from tonight, but we're actually getting some meat.
Some examples of what one might include or look like?
What could be included, what could be negotiated, what would it look like? Okay. We're being brought lots of examples and being sent lots of examples of what it looked like in Fresno and everywhere else, but that doesn't mean what it would look like in Elk Grove. So I would like that time, even with vacations and things, I think some time could be sat down with that group to hammer out some of the details of what that would look like. That way we're not coming back just talking about or what we don't know. So I would just like more detail for that August meeting if we're going to put it out to August.
Okay.
That we would have at least more of that information presented at that time.
Okay. Ms. Ballerini.
Okay. So on page 30, we have next steps. Continued work with the subcommittee, continue synthesis, oh my God, why did I try this? Synthesis of the data, upcoming presentation focus, apprenticeship program data, impacts of potential approaches, schedule impact, additional questions from today, seeking input from other districts and entities. Now, that is our orders as a subcommittee, what we're supposed to work on. If that's not what the board wants us to work on, then we can do something different. This is suggestions for next steps. So if there's something additional or something that they see on here that doesn't necessarily, make sense, why are we looking into that? We should probably look at that and see if that's the direction they want the subcommittee to go. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I'm hearing from Ms. Davis that she would like more information of what ours would look like.
Possible PLA or
of
PA or whatever.
Of what for us?
Of just like what items could be negotiated, what do they consider local, how many, what would be would they hire more out of our school areas, Rancho Cordova, Sacramento, Elk Grove? Just looking deeper into what it would look like for us, because from what I understand, there's no cookie cutter version of a PLA. So a PLA in Fresno is not going to look like our PLA if we go forward. So I would just like to see what the trades would be willing to agree to, take some of our ideas of apprenticeships, rights for our kids to get into these trade schools. Maybe if they only take 25 people into a particular class, how many of those would be Elk Grove students, would have the right to those spots? Things like that. I mean, we don't have any of that kind of information on how that would look for us.
Okay. And as a committee, I will be honest, we've not gotten there because we have been busy understanding the basis of, and trying to understand where we are.
And I think we're
And I have taken notes on what you're asking to have included in the next one, and we can add that to our work.
I appreciate it.
Mhm. Okay. That's an addition. Does anybody else have an addition? Ms. Moore?
Well, I guess I'm a little confused because we have some board members who are ready to jump right in, but does that, I think we need direction about, for those members, are they ready to jump into the whole district PLA, or, because we have some options in between, so I feel like that needs to be discussed as well, we have those options there, so.
I believe when we come back, what I am hearing, and let me know if I'm hearing wrong, is we will bring options back. And they would like a PLA option to include some examples and ideas of what it would look like here. And this is very hard because it's not apples to apples. So, and that's always an annoying thing to try to work through. And that's why the IBB process will bring us to how are we meeting our shared goals and how things don't add up and do add up, and we'll have to look at that.
Should we maybe consider having a special meeting based on what the subcommittee comes back with, and whether or not that would be a good use of the board's time to have a thought-out conversation on whatever comes back next?
I would like to think, I think there's a lot to do, like even just like the laws, the stuff. So, I'm sorry, say again, Michael. Oh, okay. What I actually need is a motion to extend our meeting past 10 o'clock, please.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Who seconded it?
I did.
She did.
Beth,
Well, yes.
I mean,
I would like to meet in August, and based on that information, have available dates to be able to set the next commitment for the next meeting. As it is never a good idea to be presented something and vote on it on the same night. That is not the process we follow. That's not how we do things here. That's how mistakes are made, to be honest, in my history. That's how you make a mistake. You need that time in between. So to meet in August, and then as a board to talk about the next step at that point, but to have some meeting dates available that we can make a genuine decision for the next meeting after that. That's my suggestion. That's my motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Taking motions?
wait, hold
Or
on,
just
no,
doing guidance?
that's guidance, right? Not motion.
Guidance, sorry. Okay, guidance. Does anybody else have an issue with that plan?
I'm still a no.
Okay.
I think we should have a schedule that keeps us on schedule and is not open-ended. I don't see any value to that.
Okay, so if it's in August,
What schedule?
we would meet
Mike?
September. We would meet in October at the latest, September, October, and we'll have a date in September, October.
Made the proposal. The proposal was we have this come back in June, which was part of my conversation with Mr. Riley, so I'm not sure where August is coming from. And then we would make a decision, we would tee up a decision for August, and then if we wanted to delay, if we wanted to have everything come back in August with all of the options and we're set, and then we want to kick another 2 weeks to make a decision, I think that's fine. If staff comes back and says, hey, we need a lot more time or we need more time, that's fine, but they have to come and tell us they need to do that. And I think that's a very reasonable expectation. And again, if we get to mid-June and other things have come up and we just cannot do it, that's fine. We can get a presentation with what we have in June and then ask for more time. So I think this is a very reasonable proposal, and that's what I would stick to.
Well, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but I mean, what I heard from the superintendent and the resources that we have, it is we don't have that flexibility to put everything else aside and take this as a priority. For the priorities that he had on the table that is following our guidance, since he's been on the seat of superintendent, he's suggesting that with the resources, with the priorities that we have prioritized him and the staff to do, he made a recommendation for August, given the fact that we are closing the school years, with so many events and so many tasks on the plate. I think that is a little bit hard ask for, bringing into a June agenda and then action item in August. I think that is a little bit too much to ask. So I know where you're coming from, but I think
Let's take an informal poll.
yeah. So
Agreed. Can I just please?
I've got a June, August, and an August.
Can I clarify, Michael? Your last suggestion was that August, and then follow up. You want the June meeting.
June presentation, decision teed up for August, with flexibility in there as needed when things come up.
Can I ask Michael what you would like to see in June?
Yeah.
Um,
all these things.
Yeah, follow whatever follow-ups, whatever additional information is going to be presented. I remember from my conversation with Mr. Riley, you guys wanted to explore apprenticeships and talk about apprenticeships. I think that'd be a great thing to talk about. Whatever additional information we need, or whatever additional information you want from us, or additional guidance you want from us, would be that meeting. And I would leave it up to you all to figure out, what information to present and, what you want from us, with the understanding that then we would take the summer to figure it out, digest. You guys can, figure out any additional information you need, whatever it is, and then decision teed up in August with flexibility for if you guys discover you need more time anywhere in there.
So you're looking for like a touch-in meeting, just not going 4 months, but let's connect and just discuss where we are?
Whatever follow-up needs to happen, would be the late June meeting, or early June, late June meeting, whatever meeting in June, and then decision in August.
Okay, and there's a June, August, and an August. Mr. Vargas is June, August. Ms. Bowen?
June, August.
Ms. Moore?
August.
Ms. Valerie?
June, August. I think we can do it.
Mr. Yang?
August.
And Ms. Davis?
June, August.
Is there a possibility to add an additional board meeting in June?
Well, based on what Mr. Vargas is saying, it still sounds like there could be more time. We would just that would need to be shared with the board during that June timeframe.
I'm just saying, because here we are, we're in May 5th, and we've got graduations, all those things set, and I'm pretty sure that the agenda for June 9th is probably set. I'm not positive, but I would think so. And then the 23rd, we've got that special meeting that day that's already a whole day booked.
June 23rd will be a challenge. What we can do is I'll make some adjustments in priorities, and we can do June 9th because we were going to do a facilities update. If the board is comfortable with that, we'll punt the facilities update and come back with this topic. And then I might have suggestions to move some things back into the fall, just to make adjustments.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
If we did that,
all-day meeting needs to be on the report,
Give me direction.
the special ed report.
Can I just add on the June 9th, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm still here. On the June 9th meeting, we are also presenting our budget and our LCAP. So just kind of full context of what's happening on that meeting. And then June 23rd is the adoption of the LCAP and the board meeting for context.
Well, could we maybe schedule a June 16th meeting as an additional meeting? And have it be basically...
To be fair, the final meeting in June tends to go relatively quickly because we're just approving a bunch of things. So, because we had this
The
last...
final meeting in June is a workshop this time that is to go over the special ed report.
outward mindset, and then, the special ed
There's
report.
usually not a ton of comments on budget and LCAP, but,
Given, but there's a 138-page report.
Okay, well, the board gave guidance, so let's just move on, for God's sake.
Well, if we were to delay the facilities presentation, how far would we have to delay it then?
Yeah, I'd have to look at things, probably
When
August.
do we meet next?
Now, next?
Yeah, like, when's our next meeting?
May 19th?
The 19th,
June 19th.
May 19th?
May
May
19th.
19th. May 19th. There's just a lot of factors into deciding when to put something like this, because as obvious, it's not something short and simple. And I don't have any issue bringing it back, and I'm not trying to slow mode something. I think we met as a committee and we came as soon as it was done. We will bring, according to the will of the board, we will bring something in June. I do not know what we'll be able to do, but you want to check in June, so we will do a check-in in June with where we are and the information we have. And there will probably still be a to-do list that may include these items. I don't believe these items are doable by a June meeting, but we can show what we have. And
I have every faith.
great. You had 2 more items, Mr. Vargas.
Yes, I didn't realize we were going to spend so much time on that. So I actually wanted to, I'm glad Susan brought it up, I wanted to raise the issue of the subcommittee because this is something that we sort of threw out there as a placeholder at the December meeting. And I remember initially trying to figure out what the subcommittee was going to do. At the end of the year, didn't really have much of a mission. It was kind of nebulous. We had kind of thrown around the idea of just not doing it. March rolls around and the subcommittee is now appearing, still no real mission or agenda. And then we get to today, and it's I think the work product of the subcommittee is the board interests, which, we could have easily done in the 4 hours we've been sitting here, we easily could have done that. And so I guess I'm just not seeing what the point of the subcommittee is. I think based on what is in the presentation, subcommittee interests is the starting point. I think that's fine, but that could have been done with the entire board. The focus of the subcommittee is fact-finding. I'm not entirely sure what that means. I think I don't understand why there would be something that would go to the subcommittee that wouldn't go to the entire board. And so I don't really see that as much of a thing for it to be doing. And I think that, I don't see, if the subcommittee is then going to be coming back with recommendations, I also share Ms. Davis's concern that the subcommittee doesn't really reflect the views that were expressed by the board at the December meeting. There were at least 4, if not 5, people on the board who expressed a desire to pursue or see about pursuing a PLA, and the 2 people in the majority on the subcommittee are the 2 people who were the strongest against it. And so I think if coming forward with recommendations is what the subcommittee is going to do, then I don't really see that as being particularly helpful, because I am going to look at those recommendations and say, okay, those are the recommendations of the people who don't support PLAs. And that doesn't really tell me all that much. And I am more interested in the full board discussion around that. And so that would be I just don't really see what the subcommittee is going to do or what it is doing that the entire board can't do. And so my suggestion, and again, I think this is an issue of board guidance, the entire board should be giving this guidance, is that we either shouldn't have a subcommittee, and I genuinely don't think we should have this subcommittee. I think everything should just be done through the board, because like you said, right, the subcommittee spent 6 hours getting on the same page, and that's 6 hours that the rest of us did not have. That's 6 hours of understanding that the rest of us did not get. That's all of that could have happened in this, in this meeting, right? Or a lot of that could have happened in this meeting. So I think my suggestion would be that we set aside the subcommittee and do things through the board, because I think having the board majority here giving guidance and setting the agenda is better. At the very, very least, we as a board need to be clear about what our expectation is about what the mandate of the subcommittee is. I am not comfortable with a subcommittee that is getting its mandate without a majority of this board on board. So that is my suggestion.
If I may offer a staff perspective, as we work with the subcommittee, there's a tremendous amount of data that we've been capturing. So just the purpose of the subcommittee for staff was, how do we organize this in a meaningful way when not everyone gets to sit with it? This presentation had 7 versions. We went from 50 slides to 15 slides to tonight's is 30 in all the different variations. And so as we're trying to make a really complex issue, the subcommittee was pretty instrumental in giving us feedback on the presentation. So less about recommendations, but more about how do we organize this information in a meaningful way.
So let me ask you a follow-up question then. Is there information that the subcommittee got that we did not?
You got all of the high-level information, but when you look at the contractor landscape, they would have all the 138 individual contractors listed.
So that would reinforce what I said, which is I think the subcommittee should not be getting information that we're not getting. And I recognize that it's a lot of information, but I think that we need to be getting that information as well. And I really don't think, especially a subcommittee that is comprised of the people this subcommittee is comprised of, I don't think they should be filtering information. And I think that's a really, really dangerous thing. So that is just my view on it.
I don't have any issue with any paperwork or things we're given during our subcommittee meetings. We will include in a Friday email, in a Friday BC.
Then what's the point of the subcommittee? If we're getting all of the information.
What's the point? I don't know how to make you happy, Michael. I have not made a decision. I am very interested in interest-based decision, and it will come with choices, and the whole board will get to make choices. And we've had subcommittees for 12 years. It's a process that works. It's a history that works. You've been on them. You've been on a subcommittee with yourself and Nancy Cheres and Carmine Forsina to decide something. Do you think Carmine felt like that was fair?
Beth.
You went through the process to get to a result.
The majority from the board was also the majority that was on that subcommittee. And so it was fair to Carmen.
Beth, can I say something?
Yeah.
I agree on the part that Michael said, the data or information that's passed from our staff to you guys should be shared with all the board members. That I agree. But as far as having a subcommittee, what is the purpose? It's very clear that the subcommittee are the ones that are working extra hours with the staff so that we look at it. They already did all that work, right? We still on this dice talking about it for what? A few hours already. So imagine if they didn't do those work. I mean, how long it will be, right? So as far as being biased, Mike, I mean, it's easy for you to say when you're outside of the subcommittee, right? Other people feel the same way when you're in there. I just wanted to note that, right? So it's very offensive to me personally that you say that because you don't look within yourself, right? So that you are, to me, that's out of line. Okay, so let me speak, okay? So you got to be respectful that they have, followed the policy based on the board policy. And they bring it to us not making decision, but based on what they have done as far as the resources that our staff have provided to them. And I don't see any bias here, okay? I don't see any of that. I don't sense any of that. What I sense is a sense of concern that make sure that this sort of decision, this sort of very, very, very important decision, is make sure that we follow with information that we could collect it together and present it to us board members, us 7, right? Including our board student. But the way you make it sound is like you don't trust them, you are very suspicious, it's all of that together. And you share it with the public. And to me, that's offensive. If we don't trust the process, then we need a vote to change the process, right? But this one,
That's literally what I'm asking for.
Yeah. So this one, yeah. But what you are asking for to me is, I feel completely different from you. I trust the process. I trust that they're doing their due diligence as far as subcommittee members, and they're working with our cabinet, our staff, right? And to me, if we don't trust that process, then what do we trust?
Okay.
So I just want to say that there because, you are attacking them, and I think it's not fair because
Really
they're falling.
I appreciate it. We're done. Done.
I want to say that because
You've said it. You've said it twice. We got it. And I appreciate it, Mr. Yang. I do. Ms. Ballerini, against my agreement, would you please, do you feel the committee has been unfair or hiding things from these people? Do you feel it is slighted to one way or the other? And I think we're all being quite honest, so I would appreciate your completely honest opinion.
Okay, well, I was just looking through my paperwork here to make sure. We have put together 5 board communications from the PLA to this point already, sharing information with you along the way that that you guys have had the opportunity to look at, et cetera. And I truly believe that the way we were working the subcommittee, we needed to know what we do now to know if we need to change things. That's what we started with. I worked in facilities, literally right there in facilities for 8 years, and I didn't know any of this that happened here because that wasn't the part of facilities I worked in. It's a whole, it's like, how when people talk about education having their own dialect or whatever, what they talk about in facilities is the same thing. It's all encompassing what they do. The workers, the different PLAs, the merit this, they're all different words that we need to understand what they mean so we can see if we want to have that be part of a PLA, or do we want to just change our board policy? That's another option that's there. And we were looking at different board policies out there to see if that's another option that doesn't tie us into a specific PLA, or what PLAs are there. There's so many different things that it's hard to say. I know where you're coming from, and I know that you are saying that yes, Jennifer is union. Duh. I was president of ASPE for 10 years. I ran on unions supporting me, et cetera. Does that mean that I think a PLA for our district is the right thing? I don't know yet. And Beth actually at one point said that she didn't want to come into this with any biases, so she's trying to just clean her mind, and the rest of us do too, because we don't know what's the best for the district, the students, and the staff. We don't know. And I think it's a good idea to come back with, what can a PLA look like? Yes, I do. I think that's great. But I don't think that we can get all of that figured out by June 9th. That's not going to happen, especially with a week worth of graduations there. And who do we even meet with? That's a whole nother meeting to have over here. I personally feel that I understand what you were saying about biases going in, and I was worried about the same thing. I truly was. I'm the lone one that loves the unions. And I don't feel that that's the way it was coming forward. We looked at all the different ways of things coming through. We've shared them with you with board communications. The only thing that you don't have is, and I'm sure we can get it to them, is the list of this huge paper here. Contract summary for the last 3 years, if you want to know what contracts we've sent out. That's really the only other major thing that has come through. Other things, I mean, you've gone to visit different shops, let's just say shops. I'm not going to say one way or the other. And there is a difference in them, but there's a difference in schools. You can go from Cosumnes Oaks and Florin, you're going to get different things. That's what part of our district is. So if we're trying to do something that's going to run for the whole district, we've got to listen to all of you. I agree. But I don't know that there's time to do what we did in those 6 hours here on the dais. And I don't know that they all need to know what this is. The Brown Act really ties things up in a way that makes it very difficult. I agree. I don't know what else to say.
Ms. Albiani, may I just say something short as a member of the committee? As I mentioned, I did go visit a union and a non-union apprenticeship program, and that was important to me to have two different perspectives. And I feel like most of the questions or direction that I might have given in the committee was very much asking for facts, because as has been mentioned, there's a lot of myths or things that we don't understand because we're getting, dozens of emails and all these things. And so that's what I was asking for is, can we please have these facts so we can't, it's all in one place. We have a source instead of just kind of these opinions and I felt like that was the perspective I tried to bring, because I think information is important. Facts are important. So I just wanted to share that.
Just, if I can just add quickly that this conversation is clearly moving in a direction of folks feeling like they have to defend themselves, and I just don't think that that's necessary. It's pretty clear that this board does not clearly understand the direction of the subcommittee, and so if that's something we just need to clarify and set some kind of timeline so we know what to expect, what's going to come back to us, then we need to do that. But
I feel like we have page 30 of the presentation has listed next steps, and Ms. Davis added some things to that. And we're now we're going to meet in June with what we can have together. Mm-hmm. And then we will have what's left on our list, and if we'll take any other questions, and we will meet again in August.
Right, and
I think we've given the clearest direction yet.
Just reiterate that a big part of the confusion is not knowing, what could this PLA look like? That would require a conversation with the building trades. A lot of your next steps, these should be questions that we should be asking them, but we can't do that because it's caught up in this minutia. We're in the weeds, but when we would just say, hey, let's sit down and have a conversation about what could this look like, then the subcommittee would have some kind of foundation to say, okay, this is how it would impact our current process, or this is what it could mean for us. Now we need to come together and make a decision, or what could be a recommendation. But just starting in the weeds and staying there for this long of a time, that's where I think it's created so much tension here. And not having a really clear understanding of what is our purpose, where are we going with it. We're still in this very hypothetical limbo space, and we need to move out of it so that we can be productive with this item. I'm not saying it needs to happen immediately, but we need to have clarity on what are we doing with this? Where are we moving the needle? What is the expectation? What's manageable for staff? I think it is reasonable for David to go back, take a look at all the priorities and see where this can fit in, and it's clear that's not going to happen right now. But what we know we have today, it's just led to this conversation right now of people defending themselves, being offended. We shouldn't be wasting our time on that right now. We should be focusing on what can we do? What do we need to do?
I feel like we've brought what we brought, and we've made next steps. And the the board has reinforced or brought new attention. The subcommittee will go back and work on these things, adding in all the input from the board. And we're going to come back and bring it back.
Could I ask just for clarification from Trustee Baldwin? When you say get out of the hypothetical, so you'd like to see a sample of what a PLA would look like in Elk Grove. Would you like, so which permutation of a PLA? So like on a certain scope of project in each of the 4 delivery models, what combination of a PLA would you like to see, or any?
Well, I think it's obvious that the board is interested in what could this look like. So if we started all the way at what a full-blown PLA would look like, that would give us a start of like, okay, is this something we really want to do? What are the consequences? What are the pros? What are the cons? What are some alternatives that we can then work from to say, if that's not what we want to do, then we will have a clear understanding of why, because we have something to start with, right? But by starting in the weeds and then saying, these are all the potential outlets we could go, it's creating this massive, like, very unorganized conversation.
Yeah, not to defend, but we had to start somewhere because we had some colleague, starting at ground zero in terms of understanding of even what a PLA was, what the various methods of delivery are for construction, et cetera. And then the other clarification is you referenced the builders. Is that direction to engage with the builders in this hypothetical? Or what about the carpenters? What about all the other unions? Is there direction there?
Yeah, so I would like us to engage with all the trade unions. So including the carpenters, so we can better understand how they fit into the mix. What would agreement look like? Because we've been given a lot of sidebar conversations, so we need to make it very clear this is what we could be working with.
So just in terms of clarifying direction, June 9th, we will replace the facilities update with returning this item on June 9th. And my takeaway is expediency is an interest. That's not been stated. So one of my takeaways is there's a will to do this quickly. Is that my understanding?
I don't think it's a matter of getting it done quickly. It's just right now, it feels like we're in limbo and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. There doesn't feel like any progress has been made. And so if we can establish
okay.
a timeline.
I got it. I got the clear direction. We're going to move fast.
No, that's moving fast. I mean, well,
in terms of bringing the information.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sensing there's a need to. If this is a priority, I get it.
Well, I mean, again, I think that we need to be very focused on the next step, right? So Ms. Bowen.
That is what the group will be.
Just put the note in there, and then whoever that want to add into the next step, just add it into that. And then, we have to be realistic about, our resources. Again, I think that this is not a action item. This is not a motion item where we can make suggestions. It's okay for Mike to make suggestion. It's okay for Ms. Bowen to make suggestion. I think it's okay. The one thing that I don't appreciate is when we start throwing wrenches at our subcommittee or even our staff, because they work really hard at it, seriously. So if we want to see something, it's okay to ask to say, hey, the next steps item, I would like to add this and that. And what Ms. Bowen stated is perfectly fine. She wants, specific things on there, and, superintendent
We've done it.
Clarified that. So I like that. And then I think that's where we need to go, Beth. Just list it, what you want to see.
Yes.
And then
please feel free to reach out to staff if you think of something else.
Yeah, go from there.
Yes.
Are we only taking direction from Ms. Baldwin as far as the model of PLA we want to look at?
Oh, I believe staff, we will come back.
I actually think that is a valid conversation to have, is around which of these, because I think that what Ms. Baldwin points out is that we're kind of in this we're trying to digest a lot. And like we can talk more about the subcommittee issues, but we're trying to digest a lot of information. And I think what Ms. Baldwin is trying to do is to put bumpers on it and say, let's focus on this part of the conversation. If that doesn't go anywhere, then let's focus on another part of the conversation, right? So rather than looking at a million different options, whatever those options might be, let's focus. We specifically asked, what would a PLA look like? So let's have that conversation. And we have a number of, staff has suggested a number of potential options, right? So we have a pilot project, a pilot PLA, a pilot or an actual district PLA. What would those things look like? Let's look at that. That is what we asked for. I think the board policy administrative regs is an interesting piece. We can certainly talk about that. If the board decides the dangers of a PLA seem to be too much, the benefits are not there, we don't want to go that route, then off-ramp to a policy, right? But I think that what Ms. Baldwin is saying that I agree with is let's focus, and staff, our superintendent says he needs time and that this is too much. So let's take let's take a piece out of it, right? Let's focus on pilot PLA or district PLA. What are the differences? What are the problems? How do they fit into our interests? We can go through the whole process focused on those two. If that doesn't work, if for whatever reason we don't want to go that route, we have an off-ramp with the other things. So I agree with Ms. Baldwin. I think we should focus. That helps us with timeline. That helps us with focus. That helps us digest. And, yeah.
Well, I would like to say, I don't think it's just Ms. Baldwin driving this conversation. I think there's several of us that have been up here driving this conversation tonight. But I don't think we can even discuss the options in the middle until we know what a district PLA looks like. We can then take that, if we don't like what that looks like, then we can break it down to the next step and to the next step. But until we have both ends of the spectrum, with that information, we can't even choose which one of those options we want.
I believe we can bring you back based on the interest-based bargaining process, which I feel like we've gotten very far from at this point. Options that show where they serve those interests, what that interest looks like, and then we can make a decision based on a wide band of information. And I don't understand, and I agree with Mr. Yang that large decisions need to have time. And I agree with Mr. Vargas that he feels this has been slow coming. I feel like we're in it now, and we're going forward. And I disagree with the idea that anybody walked into that subcommittee and is doing work in a biased fashion. I think we are holding true to the IBB lesson we took at the beginning. I think there's transparency, and I believe we have a very clear direction, and we will come back to it. May we move on?
Madam President, it's after 10:30, so we need another motion.
Need a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Ballerini, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We have another item.
So, have we finished discussing?
I thought we did.
The PLA thing, the PLA pilot was my third item. But we didn't resolve the subcommittee conversation. I'm still not clear on what the mandate of the subcommittee is, assuming we're going to have it. It sounds like there are at least 4 people who want it. So what is the mandate? And then 2, I think 3 of us talked about a pilot PLA or a full PLA or focus or not, and that's not anywhere near a majority. We didn't even agree among the 3 of us who talked about it. So shouldn't we provide guidance on these things?
I believe the Slide 30 had a list of things that were the next things to do. And the board, the committee will work on doing those things next. They will also work to start forming what the PLA looks like, what they include. I think that is the next step. And at the next meeting, we will take on what you would like the subcommittee to do.
Fabulous. Do you have 3 people who agree with you?
Susan?
I would like to start working on learning what a PLA is sooner. I would like that to be at the top of the list of moving forward, because I agree with Ms. Baldwin, we're dealing with hypotheticals, and I would like the subcommittee to work towards gathering those facts.
So you do not want us to look into apprenticeship program, like what those would look like with each different option, the impacts of the different approaches.
Well, I think the apprentice program would be a part of the PLA discussion. So I think those could go hand in hand. I think the impacts of potential approaches, we can't talk about impacts until we have the information that we're requesting.
And as a board, we're not requesting information on all the options we have available to us as a school district. We are just requesting information on 2 options.
Well, I think we have the status quo now. You have the information of working with non-union and union already. We don't have the information of what a PLA would look like. We have never been involved in one. We've never had access to one. We don't know what that would look like. So I think that we need to gather that before we can look at what the impacts of all of it is.
Are you asking like a comparability?
Well, I'm asking them to talk with the trades to look what a PLA would look like for our district. And then then the impacts of potential approaches we could look at. Then we know what the status quo is. We can look at, we have a broad history of working with union and non-union, but without a PLA. So I think that's the missing piece of information, that before we can go forward with impacts is to have all that information. That's the missing piece.
Yes, more information of a negotiation, what it looks like for us, what it could include. That's the notes I have for what you would like in the next presentation.
Could I ask for clarification? Because I know we have a legal resource in the room. I'm just a little, it's unclear to me, like, this would be a hypothetical negotiation without clear parameters in this hypothetical negotiation that we would bring back by June 9th, which is 4 weeks from now. Like, we would come back with and meet with that. I just don't know the legal implications of that. Because if it's a hypothetical and then it becomes something we engage in, I just want to be clear on the regulations that guide that negotiation.
Well, I think I understand your concern. Are you actually negotiating or not negotiating? And the way that you typically enter the process is that the board would, by majority vote, say we're willing to negotiate. So this is some sort of an in-between space. I get the concern. That said, perhaps there's some room for engaging and asking for their proposals on what it, to use the term, would look like. So I think there's room for both. In terms of timing, difficult to say how fruitful that process would be before June 9th.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question? If this board said today, which we can't, but hypothetically.
No more hypotheticals.
Discussion about hypotheticals.
It's clear to me we're not digging hypotheticals.
Sorry, curse of being a law professor. If we entered into a negotiation, we said we want to enter into a negotiation, at any point after that, could the board say, we're not getting what we want, we no longer want to negotiate this?
Of course.
So I think...
Okay, so here's another thing. I'm not sure if anybody I was made aware of and we would bring back as more information. There is a hard-to-define list of unions. The builders are very active with us, the carpenters. There's also, there's a wide array of people to choose from. So are you looking for an example of what one might mean? That's what we're trying to figure out, right?
To be clear, Ms. Davis, sorry if I can just step in really quick. My understanding, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, is that if we decided to do this, we would be talking to the building trades and the carpenters, and the other unions are represented by the building trades. So those would be the two parties we'd be talking to, unless I'm wrong. Someone can correct me if they want.
And it's not like I said, we're looking
don't
for
know.
negotiations. I'm
I
looking
don't
for a proposal, what the gentleman recommended, that we can't move forward without information.
Well, I think that's a great question to get answered. I don't even know who we would want to talk to. Yes?
May I say something? I mean, to me, in my assessment is that we are, on a journey that is pretty new to a lot of us, right? Maybe all of us. And from what I heard is we want some example. For example, if we would go with PLA, I would like to see if we go with them, how do we, who do we talk to, right? Meaning who do we negotiate with, right? Who are our, future vendors are, right? And the negotiation, I think that part, because we are not in agreement yet to talk to them, as far as, I shouldn't say to talk to them, but not in agreement to move forward yet. I mean, we are not in the position to negotiate in terms of price and so forth, but to ask if we can, as far as law or regulation or policy, just to find out, the process that we go about, right? And for me, I would like to hear in a very simple fact, who do we talk to? What are the price range, and does it save money for us?
I would, I think
that would be an example. I mean, I don't know exactly what Susan's looking for, but for me, personally, I would like to see that, right?
So a few things just to remind, at the December 9th board meeting, we talked about local districts and municipalities that have engaged with PLAs, and they all have different thresholds. They've engaged with the Building Trades Association. Some have and some haven't with the NorCal Carpenters. I think we could pull those PLAs. I think that would be something that would that we could share and provide in an easy way to see different parameters and different terms across different thresholds and things of that nature. I also want to say the apprenticeship program data. So we are talking to representatives from the building trades and NorCal Carpenters already. And so some of the questions, consistent questions that we ask when we're out in the field engagement is if one of our interests is local hire, and local means, in my mind, maybe not from a contractor lens, but who's living within an Elk Grove Unified School District boundary. So crossing South Sacramento, unincorporated Sacramento County, City of Elk Grove, City of Rancho Cordova. And they've all said, we'll try to get you data on people in our apprenticeship programs that live within Elk Grove. What they need from us is our zip codes. And so I don't know if we provide those zip codes, if they can turn that around, but that was certainly an interest that we had talked about this evening. It's something that we had discussed in the subcommittee. So just knowing those, we're already in contract with the Building Trades Association and NorCal Carpenters, among merit shops as well. So, and we can start pulling those different examples because a hypothetical negotiation, we could start like through an interest-based process, what would their interests be, similar to how we are engaging in our own process?
So, I mean, I think we on this topic pretty long, but it is an important topic. But I think, I mean, if anybody wants to add anything, just add it on there and let the staff work on it. I think that's the best thing we could do, right? I don't know what else we could expect as far as, I mean, for me, I don't like the word working fast, because it's a very important topic.
Can I ask a question?
So for me, anyways, Beth, as you as a chair, I think let us identify if anything else on slide 30, right? If for the board member, if you see like you want to ask something, just like add on there. I think.
And I do have Ms. Davis's things that speak directly to PLAs.
I just wanted to clarify, how long would that take you to do, Kristen? What you just described. Could you have that ready for us when we meet in June, or no, you would need more time?
For the samples?
Yeah, what you just described to us.
I think the samples are pretty, relatively easy to get. They're public information. We could get them from the entities. So Sacramento City Unified has one. Natomas Unified has one. Washington Unified School District is just finishing a project-specific PLA. City of Elk Grove has one. The CSD has one. Stockton has one. There's a federal one. Mm-hmm. I think those are relatively easy things that we could bring back, but they're all public record.
Do an analysis of what it could look like for us, right?
I could bring back samples.
Samples, okay.
But I think bringing back samples would help us to flesh out what we would want to ask, and then we could move forward asking our local people, could this be done? Could this be tweaked? Could we add this? Yep. But we've got to start somewhere, because I don't feel I have enough information to make that decision without more.
What could be interesting is the overlay of the interests tonight and how those align with the samples that are provided.
Mm-hmm. And on slide 30, it did say, I mean, it's on there, additional questions from today, right? So, I mean, just add it on. Keep it simple, add it on.
So to tie off the loop, I think we're just waiting on, do we want to focus in on pilot PLA, district PLA, or do we want to, in the interest of time and all of that and energy, or do we want to do the full panoply of options? Like, do we want to focus, have off-ramps, panoply of options? I think 3 of us so far have said we're interested in focus. So, anyone else?
I'm personally interested in seeing all of the options, because I think a pilot program could be valuable to put it, into play and see how it works for us. But I also really think that it could be interesting to look at our policy and examples of other districts who have updated their policy to get similar results without a PLA. So that's why I think it's valuable to see all the options. That's just my opinion, so thanks.
Okay, Ms. Ballerini?
I think it would be wonderful if you could bring back to us samples of what we're looking for.
Ms. Ballerini, do you want us to focus on just 2 things, or would you like us to focus on the options and bringing back how IBB lines up with the different options?
Second one.
Okay.
How it all lines up together.
Yeah, same for me.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think that's where we're at. Okay, are we finished? Thank you. Dr. Coates, sorry to say you are still up. We would like to do an adjustment to school facilities fees.
Thank you to our legal expert for jumping up.
Thank you, Dan. And to the facilities team who's been here on hand, so appreciate that and the time. This is a public hearing. So last board meeting, we were here providing information on an adjustment to our school facilities Adjustment report, and tonight we're asking the board to conduct a public hearing to receive any oral and written comments regarding the adjustment to school facilities fees, and then close the hearing, review, consider, and we're recommending adoption of the findings contained in resolution number 86, 2526, adopting the increase in school facilities fees, and resolution number 87 for 2025-26, adopting the alternative school facilities fees. So pursuant to Education Code Section 17620, Government Code Section 65995, and Government Code Section 6601, the Elk Grove Unified School District is required to adopt a developer fee justification study in order to levy statutory level 1 school facilities fees on commercial and industrial development as recently authorized by the State Allocation Board. Additionally, pursuant to Education Code 17620 and Government Code Section 65995, the Elk Grove Unified School District must adopt a school facilities needs analysis to justify the imposition of alternative school facilities fees, commonly referred to as level 2 and level 3 fees on residential development. The March 2026 Developer Fee Justification Study and School Facility Needs Analysis prepared by Schoolworks demonstrates that the district is justified in imposing level 1 commercial fee at 87 cents per square foot, level 1 rental self-storage facilities at 18 cents per square foot, level 2 fees at $7.23 per square foot on new residential construction, level 3 fees at $14.46 per square foot of new residential construction. The proposed level 2 fee of $7.23 per square foot represents a decrease of 9 cents from the current fee of $7.32 per square foot. The new rate will be effective July 1st, 2026. Level 3 fees may only be levied if the State Allocation Board determines that state funding for new school construction is no longer available and formally notifies the Secretary of the Senate and the Chief Clerk of the Assembly of that determination. Our March 2026 Developer Fee Justification Study was distributed to all 4 local planning departments and the North State Building Industry Association on March 20th, 2026, and was made available for public review beginning April 3rd in compliance with statutory requirements. With that, I would ask you to open the public hearing.
All right. I'd like to open a public hearing and ask if there are any blue cards related to this item.
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
I'd like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to adopt the findings contained in resolution number 86, adopting the increase in school facilities fees, and resolution number 87, adopting the alternative school facilities fees.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Does the board member or superintendent need to make any reports? Seeing none, I'll call this meeting adjourned at 10:53 p.m.